Good morning. In terms of timekeeping, we will start now. I'm really happy to see you all again here at the Museum Fünf Kontinente in Munich. It's the second day of our conference on Boxerloot, museum collections, the Boxer War and practices of plunder. We had a very enriching and intensive first day yesterday with a keynote by Thoralf Klein, two panels on looting in process and acquiring loot, and the first part of what we called a special session on research practices with an insight into first research outcomes of our joint project on tracing Boxerloot in German museum collections that we run 7 German museums together with the Palace Museum in Beijing. And we will now continue with the second part. In this session, we always have Chinese-German tandems presenting outcomes of that research project on selected objects. The German curator always will give a short insight into or introduction into the object. I can also do it. Thank you. Thank you, Job. The German curator will give a short introduction into the object itself and into the circumstances of how it came into our collection. And then the Chinese colleague will present first insights into the research that have been conducted in Beijing since autumn last year. The goal is to present the outcome of our joint project, but also to discuss with you the challenges, gaps, and the future of such research on Boxerloot in our collections. To foster the discussion and to give you all a comparable frame for our later discussion, we prepared 3 impulse questions. And I will see if the slide, today we have it. So these 3 questions, we already posted them yesterday. Please keep them in mind when listening to the presentations. This is for the audience in general, but also for the speakers, so that later on we can reflect on what a research on the topic needs. And of course, as yesterday, you are invited to pose your own questions and to discuss later the research, the objects, etc. The first object we will talk about is a bronze figure, and we have again our curator for East Asia and Northeast Asia, Emma Shu-Hui-Lin from the Ethnological Museum in Berlin, giving an introduction into this object in our museum collections. And then the colleague from the Palace Museum, Zhang Yuting, talking about the research that has been conducted in Beijing. Emma Shu-Hui-Lin, we already heard her yesterday, is an art historian with a regional focus on East Asia. She has been trained as a curator at the Asian Art Museum in Berlin for the past 2 years and is currently, as I already said, deputizing for the curator of the East and North Asia Department at the Ethnological Museum in Berlin. And Zhang Yuting is a researcher at the Department of Court History at the Palace Museum. Zhang is conducting research on the functional construction and iconography of court art and is a member of a study program on the state rituals in the Qing dynasty. Emma, the floor is now yours. Thank you.
So good morning. Let's start another inspiring day with this magnificent gilt bronze figure of Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. It's currently on display at the Humboldt Forum in Berlin. This finely cast statue is in an excellent condition. The overall gilding is almost intact and still shines brightly. Since we are not all from the same background, so please allow me to introduce briefly that bodhisattvas are enlightened beings who postpone their own salvation in order to help all sentient beings like us. So we can also say that they are Buddha to be. And Avalokiteshvara is one of the most famous bodhisattvas. Some of you may know him as Guan Yin in Chinese, or kanon in Japanese. And its literal meaning is the Lord who looks down. Or better, he gazes compassionately at sentient beings. And he is the bodhisattva of compassion and has the ability to manifest himself in 33 different forms. And one of these forms is the one with a lotus in his hand. As the lotus is called Padma in Sanskrit, this statue is also known as Padmapani, a lotus holder. Avalokiteshvara is usually associated with Amitabha Buddha, his spiritual progenitor. This is why a small image of Amitabha is placed behind the middle leaf of his crown on top of his head. So the two characteristic attributes, the lotus and Amitabha, together point to the identity of this statue as Avalokiteshvara Padmapani. He stands on a circular lotus pedestal decorated with beaded borders. The body is slightly bent, and such a standing posture is called apanga. His right hand shows the gesture of charity. The palm is held outwards, the fingers are outstretched and pointing downwards. Here, a strip of fabric is draped over the shoulders, flows over the arms, and falls to the ankles. The ends are curved upwards in a U shape, just like the ribbons here that hang down from the crown. Here we can see the Amitabha attached to his hair in more detail, and his benevolent facial expression. The head is gently inclined and the gaze is directed downwards. The Bodhisattva is richly adorned with a 5-leaf crown. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A necklace with pendants, strings of sacred beads, and bracelets. His earlobes appear elongated by the heavy earrings he wears. The waist is slender. This figure shows the style of the Tibetan statue, and his lower body is covered with an elaborately decorated garment. You can see how fine and intricate the beaded threads are, and all these delicate ornaments together with the body altogether, they are cast from just one single piece. Only the lotus base and some small attachments, such as the lotus, are cast separately. This figure is special not only because of its rich gilding and all this lavish decoration, but also because of its size, which is about 115 centimeters high. As you may know, gilt bronze Buddhist statues are usually small, this small. At a height of like 40 centimeters, they are already considered relatively large. And this one is more than one meter. It's really big. It's more than 1 meter high, which is also quite rare, even in China. So who made it, and who had it made? For whom and why was it made? Where did it stand? This high quality and the sophisticated technique all point to an unusual origin, but it has been in the collection since around 1901. This old inventory card shows that this Lamaist, which means Tibetan Buddhist, bronze Padmapani came from the Sanfo Si in China through Dr. Friedrich Müller, who was mentioned several times yesterday. And this here, the Roman numeral 17, could be the numbering of the boxes he brought from China to Germany. Intuitively, I think that this romanization of sanfozi, it should be these three Chinese characters. And I have looked it up. Sanfozi could have been a Tibetan Buddhist temple in Beijing. Unfortunately, this one no longer exists. So our partner from the Palace Museum has tried to find more information about it based on other clues. So Ms. Zhang Yuting, will be presenting her research findings. Do it for you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a very honor to be here. My name is Yuting Zhang, and I'm a junior researcher from the Palace Museum, and mostly study in the Tibetan Buddhist art and ancestral worshipping. I would like to thank you all for your time, and thanks Emma for her presentation. As you already know, I'm going to discuss Avalokiteshvara statue, which was currently collected in the Ethnological Museum of Berlin. This beautiful Avalokiteshvara statue is in a standing position. It has 115 centimeters high and 35 centimeters wide. With his right hand, the Bodhisattva make Varada Mudra and the gesture of the charity or gift giving, while his left hand have held a lotus stone. Avalokiteshvara is usually identified by a small seated Amida Buddha depicted within his headdress. In the presentation, I would like to give a brief overview of the historical background of the looted object, as well as the subject matter of the statue in relation to the Buddhist pantheon in the 18th century. And last, I intend to analyze the iconological feature in order to discuss the artistic origin. In the fall of the 19th century, when the Eight-Nation Alliance occupied Beijing after the Boxer War, many high-quality artifacts were destroyed, traded, or looted. It was at this point Fred Hash William Carl Müller, Orientalist at the German Museum of Ethnology, was sent to Beijing during the late Boxer Rebellion to buy works of art. And among the pieces he brought back to museum was a gilded bronze statue of Avalokiteshvara. Based on the museum we just called, the statue is documented to be from Sanfozi. Moreover, Mr. Levenhardt's examination of Müller's unpublished 45-page summary of his trip reveals only one mention of the Sanfozi among 170 crates of the artwork he brought back. Those crates were transported to Germany in 3 shipments, of which the 70th crate was shipped back on the 14th July 1901. And it's recorded that there are 2 bases for the Bodhisattva figure for the Sanfozi, many are the bronze figures. Can see here. There is very limited historical material on the Sanfo temple, which we know it is one of the 28 Tibetan Buddhist temples belong to the Li Fan Yuan, which is the agency of administration of the Inner Asian territories. According to an imperial household document in the 39th year of the Qianlong reign, on the project of repair the Sanfo temple, we can learn the following information. First, Sanfozi is located outside the Chaoyang Gate. In the 6th year of the Shunzhi reign, it was a temple where Awang Jamyang Hutuku lived. Secondly, it was listed in the 28th monastery in Beijing under the administration of Li Fan Yuan. Then, before the restoration project in the 38th year of the Qianlong Ring, the main hall was enshrined the Buddhas of the three ages and the 8 great Bodhisattva. Lastly, around 1956, Sanfo Temple and the hutong in which it was located were demolished, and the area became a residential neighborhood. Emperor Shenzhi, Hutuku, okay. This 3 Buddha temple floor plan is based on the archive we covered out. You can see the temple consists of the Heavenly King Hall, the front, main, and the back hall. The 8 Bodhisattva, according to the record, enshrined in the main hall of the temple, and therefore the Berlin Avalokiteshvara belong to this group of the deities. The 80 Bodhisattvas are very common deities in the Buddhist hall of the palace and the Tibetan Buddhist temple, and they can be attendant Bodhisattva who serve beside the 3 Buddhas, Shakyamuni Buddha, or the Buddhas of 5 directions. In the text on the right, I list this imperial religious hall or monastery, well furnished with tanka or statues of the 8 great Bodhisattva. I only list the places which remain old photograph or object. There will be more if all places with archival records were included. Yeah. And this picture is in the Forbidden City. It's a religious hall, which name is the Yangxin Dian, Xinuange. Okay. And on this side is the 4 tanka of Bodhisattva you can see. Here's one more example of the displaying of the 8 great Bodhisattva in the main hall of a temple. The middle image represents a layout of Buddhist deity in Shisheng Temple, which is situated in the center of the today's Shenyang city, and also the capital of the Qing regime in the 17th century. According in the archive, the main hall was installed with Buddhas of 3 ages in the center, 2 main disciples, Amida Buddha, Padmasambhava, the 8 great Bodhisattva, and the 80 Arhats. The Avalokiteshvara in Berlin originally belonged to one of these 8 Bodhisattva group, like this one. One can see the standing Buddha in the both sides of the screen are at position 4 and 8, respectively, in the plan view. If we look closely at Avalokiteshvara statue in Berlin, it's characterized by a relatively short lower body and a thin waist. Moreover, the slimness of the waist is emphasized by the width of the shoulder and the hips. In comparison with the Berlin collection, the Bodhisattva stone carving in the imperial tomb of the Qianlong Empire show similar proportional feature. Some scholars have already paid attention to this feature, like Chen Jie and the Zhang Xin studies suggest that the 8 Bodhisattva in Qianlong imperial tomb resemble the Vajra-shaped Bodhisattva recorded in the Buddhist canon of iconometry, which the sutra covers the proper proportioning of the Buddha's form in detail. So do the measurements in the sutra fit the characteristic of the Berlin collection? The measurement of the Bodhisattva in the sutra were actually added to the content of the original sutra by Gongbu Rab, a translator who served the court during the Qianlong period. He believed that a proportion of the standing Bodhisattva should be same as those of the standing Buddha. It is interesting to note that the measurements described in the sutra text do not match what we present in the illustration. So should we assume that it was not the sutra themselves, but the illustration that sparkled the trend of the style? As an important figure in charge of Buddhist activity in the palace, Rope Dorje must have been very familiar with the imperial published sutra. Here I compare 2 sets of illustrations of Buddhist sutra from Kangxi period, which the Buddhist canon of iconometry, and can actually see what they are similar in terms of the proportion of the Bodhisattva, as well as the style of the 5-leaf crown and the fluting scarf here. Here I will draw one of my conclusions. Influenced by the illustration of Buddhist sutra printed during the Qing dynasty, especially the conjure that modified and republished in the Kangxi Ring, is standing bodhisattva with a thin waist and a relatively short lower body influences the production of the statue and the tanka of the same period. Then it's come to the last question. Whether the Avalokiteshvara belonged to the style of imperial manufacturing. After comparing each detail, I believe that although the treatment of the jewelry, the scarf, and the facial features and the lotus petal are clearly influenced by the palace workshop, it also carries some of the characteristics of the statue from the Inner Mongolia region. The slides show two bodhisattvas with inscription. The left one commissioned by the Empire Kangxi for Empresses Xiao Zhuangwen at the 25th year of his reign. And the right one was made for the imperial religious building Fanhua Lou, which the construction finished in the 14th year of the Qianlong reign. You can see Berlin's Bodhisattva has four cheeks and a flat forehead and a triangular shaped nose, rounded chin, and the eyes are naturally downward with the end of the eyelids raised. The corner of its mouth gently raised with a peaceful expression. This feature reveals the characteristic of the Qing Empire workshop. Moreover, the upper body is adorned with three layers of jewels. The lowest is in a U shape, making it differentiate from the imperial statue of the Ming Dynasty. At the same time, the hand of the lower body show a symmetrical decorative line, which is more obviously attribute of the Qianlong period. On the other hand, neither of the two features I highlight in the red color on the screen are seen in the imperial statue. Like here, the lotus pattern, and also the pattern on the crown. The curvilinear scroll pattern are distinctively Mongolian. Pictured on the right of the screen is a Manjushri Bodhisattva, which was discovered in the Chahar region by the explorer Sven Hedin and brought back to Sweden. And at the time of discovery of the Manjushri, there were 5 other statues also to be made in Dolan Nor, representing the style of statuary in the Inner Mongolia region. Among them, the curvilinear crow pattern on the crown of this statue are very similar to those on the 5-leaf crown of the Berlin statue. At the same time, the jewelry part of the statue with the petal motif is also close to the treatment of the Berlin Avalokiteshvara, as you can see here, the petal decoration. One similarity between the Bodhisattva and the imperial workshop's piece lies in the treatment of the lotus petal, which the inner lotus petal are arranged in a triangular pattern of the scrolling cloud. This lotus petal element was popular from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty, and then it was inherited by the Qing Dynasty and is still popular during the Qianlong period. There are many more details that could be further compared, but I will not expand it today. I will finally draw my conclusion that, this gilded bronze statue of the Avalokiteshvara was brought back to China from Beijing in 1901 by Fred Haschmüller, scholar of the Oriental culture and languages at the German Museum of Ethnology. Well, the statue was originally enshrined at the Sanfo Temple outside the Chaoyang Gate of the Beijing. It is a Tibetan Buddhist monastery which was inhabited during the Shunzhi period by a Hutuku, who possibly from the Donanor region. Sanfos is one of the Tibetan Tibetan Buddhist temple directly under the agency of administration of inner. Oh, why? Okay, so so Sanforce is the. I think that is made locally in Beijing, but it's both inspired by the Inner Mongolia statue and also the imperial manufactory. And last, it's thin rest, short lower body proportion bodhisattva may have been inspired by the illustration of the Buddhist statue published during the early Qing dynasty. That's all for my presentation today. Thank you for listening.
So the next two talks are going to be about a copper statue, and they will again be given in a tandem by a German and a Chinese partner. Unfortunately, Susanne Knödel, who would originally have been given the first talk, is still ill today. However, she sent us a script of what she would have said, and I'll be reading it, but I'm presenting her research, just to make that clear. So Susanne Knödel studied sinology in Cologne, Bonn, and Trier, and has been a curator at the Museum am Roten Baum in Hamburg, which was formerly the Museum of Ethnology, since January 1994. She's also head of the research department at the Museum am Roten Baum. The second part of the talk will be given by Dawei Jia, who is Deputy Director and Associate Research Fellow at the Department of Objects and Decorative Arts at the Palace Museum. She specializes in research on grotto temples, Buddhist statues, and sculptures. So let's go to the Museum am Roten Baum in Hamburg has in its collection 6 copper-made lotus leaf petals that each carry a Buddhist figure in relief. The petals are 16 centimeters high and 7.5 centimeters wide. As you can maybe see, the petals are not entirely flat. Instead, they're slightly curved. And they're worked in repoussé from a thick copper sheet and then finished on the front side by chiseling and gilding. I think you can see it especially on the left side here. 2 of the petals in the collection of the museum show Amitabha Buddha. And despite smallest differences, it's obvious that they were driven in the same matrix, because you can see on the images the similarities between the 2 of them. 4 of the petals show Avalokiteshvara as Lord of the 6 syllables. And again, despite the photos that are maybe not entirely clear, one can still see slightest differences between them. And it's obvious that it was the same matrix that was used to produce all of them. The 6 petals have 3 different provenances, which I think shows again how collections in Beijing were maybe torn apart during the period of the Boxer War and in later periods as well, of course. So the first one came in 1902 from China, of course, and the former owner was a Mrs. von Falkenhagen. Not much is known about her, but she has no connection to the Boxer War herself. The second one came to the museum in 1907. The object name is that it came to the museum with the description, petal from a llama crown. It was purchased from the Ethnographica dealer Umlauf, who, when we're doing research on the Boxer War, is always an important figure, because we know, at least for other objects, that he definitely sourced objects during the Boxer War. Though unfortunately most of his archive was lost, so it's hard to say who or where exactly he got the objects from. But in some of his catalogs, he promotes objects from East Asia by writing that that he was lucky to have gotten them because of the troubles in China. The next object came to the museum only in 1949. So I think this again shows like just how long these things circulated on the art market as well. It came to the museum with the label wall ornament from Japan, which could be a recording mistake, but it could also have come from Japan to from China to Japan. We don't know that yet. And it came by a Dr. Koch Bergemann, who was a participant in the Boxer War himself. But not just the Museum am Roten Baum in Hamburg, other collections in Germany own more of these pedals, which all also came from the same matrix, so were produced in the same, in the same place most likely. But also they come from different owners yet again. The Museum of East Asian Art in Cologne has 9 petals from the collection of one Professor Werner Schulemann, who himself was too young to have been a Boxer War participant himself, but of course could have gotten it from someone who was there, or from the art market. We don't know that yet. The Museum of Local History in Steinheim also has 3 of these pedals, the collection of Sophonius Theuss, who himself was a Boxer War participant. The impression arises that all pedals come from 1 or 2 large artworks that were completely fleeced and carried away, a few at a time. So I think this is a really important example to see just how widespread and torn apart these objects and these collections were, which also makes research of the provenance of these objects so difficult. So Susanne wants to put forward 2 theses. So one, that they were a part of either a wall ornament or a base of a figure. And specialists up to now are discussing whether the figures or the Buddhas could have been depicted in a base of a statue. Of a statue as well. But we're going to hear more about this now from Dawei. Yeah. So she has some questions here as well that I. Can you hear me if I read it from the screen? Or maybe you can also, it's quite small, so I'm not sure whether you can all see it. So the question she's asking is also, what were these pedals used for? To which larger artwork did they belong? Was it 1 artwork or 2? Or 2 different Buddhist beings depicted? Could a Buddha, what I just said, have been depicted in the base or socle of another figure at all? Was this something that was done? And now I pass on to Dawei. Thank you.
Dear museum colleagues and dear friends, I am Dawei from the Department of Objects and Decorative Arts of the Palace Museum. And today I'm pleased to share with you my research on copper statue on lotus petals in the collection of the Museum of Ethnology in Hamburg. I will state from the following 3 aspects. When I first saw the image of this statue, I felt very surprised because I had never seen this kind before. It is made of copper, 16 centimeter high and 7 centimeter wide. From the front, this seated Buddha has a back screen in the shape of a lotus petal, and he wears a bare right robe and sits cross-legged on a lotus platform, which is supported by branches and leaves. There is also a hole on each side of the bottom. This seated Buddha, holding a bowl in his hand, is supposed to be Sakyamuni or Amitabha, although there is a high probability that he is Amitabha for a reason that I will explain later. I contacted Dr. Susanna Knudel at the Museum of Ethnology in Hamburg, and she immediately sent me more images of the statue. As you can see, the Buddha image was formed by pounding and casting, and there is another flat piece attached to the upper part of the back, which makes the whole artifact look like a petal-shaped cover. My good friend in the Department of the Palace Life and Imperial Ritual of the Palace Museum gave me a clue. This is a lotus petal from a Manjusari's lotus seat in the Baoxiang Pavilion of the Shuxiang Temple in Chengde. This photo was taken by Japanese scholar Bai Hemi during his travels in China in the 1940s. Its style is very similar to the copper lotus petal-shaped cover of the Museum of Ethnology in Hamburg. The whole figure protrudes from the surface of the petal. When it comes to the Baoxiang Pavilion of the Shuxiang Temple in Chengde, we have to talk about Emperor Qianlong's belief in Manjusari in the Qing dynasty. Manjusari is a bodhisattva known for his wisdom. Tibetan monks and lay people honored the Qing emperor as an incarnation of Manjusari. Emperor Qianlong especially honored Manjusari. In this tanka, dressed as a Galupa Lama, he is shown with 2 lotus flowers behind him on both sides, bearing a sword and palm leaf scriptures respectively, which are the symbols of Manjusari. He made 6 pilgrimages to Wutai Mountain in Shanxi, the ashram of Manjusari. In the 26th year of the Qianlong reign, on the occasion of the 70th birthday of the Empress Dowager, he accompanied the Empress Dowager to the Shuxiang Temple of the Wutai Mountain. After he worshipped the Bodhisattva, Emperor Qianlong noted down the image by heart. When he returned to his residence, he painted it down. After Qianlong returned home, he gave orders to the court painter Ding Guanpeng to complete 2 colored portraits of Manjusari. The first one was painted according to the emperor's manuscripts, which shows a big difference between memory and the actual image. The second one looks closer to the original statue, therefore should have been painted after the painter visited the temple in person. Both paintings are now preserved in the Palace Museum in Taipei. The second painting became the standard for statue making in royal temples dedicated to Manjusari. These temples included the Baoxiang Temple at the Fragrant Hill in Beijing, built in the 32nd year of the Qianlong reign, the Zhengjue Temple in Yuanmingyuan in the 38th year of the Qianlong reign, and the Shuxiang Temple in Chengde in the 40th year of the Qianlong reign. From Ding Guanpeng's portraits, there is a small Buddha on each lotus petal of Manjusari's lotus seat. Let's see the statue at the Shuxiang Temple in Wutai Mountain. Although it has now been redecorated, the Buddha images on the lotus petals are still clearly visible. This detail impressed the Qianlong Emperor so much that he faithfully restored what he saw in his painting. Therefore, it can be surmised that the statue of Manjusari built by the Emperor Qianlong Emperor should also have been adorned with Buddha images on the lotus petals of their lotus seats. However, the Baoxiang Temple at the Fragrant Hill and the Zhengjue Temple in Yuanmingyuan are no longer in existence, and only the statue of Manjusari in Baoxiang Pavilion of the Shuxiang Temple in Chengde still exists. These 2 pictures are taken in the 1940s in Chengde Shuxiang Temple. The statue of Manjusri in the Chengde Shuxiang Temple today was reconstructed, carved in wood, 11.6 meters high, with the Bodhisattva's image carved in relief on each petal of his lotus seed. But most of the petals have been lost, and the reconstructed one uses some of the remnants. When we look closely at the image on the lotus petal, we find that it is the Manjusri himself. It had the same posture and the dress as the main figure, with the lotus seed and the line transformed into rising clouds. The Buddha image on the lotus petals in Ding Guanpeng's painting becomes the image of Manjusri here. I found another example in the collection of the Palace Museum, on which the image on the lotus petals is the same as the main statue. This is a gilt copper Sakyamuni Buddha statue of the Qing dynasty. This statue has a very rare, high elevated lotus platform, consisting of 4 layers of lotus petals, each of which has a seated Buddha attached to its surface, in the same pose as the main Buddha. Therefore, for these 2 examples, it can be found that when an image of Buddha or Bodhisattva is adorned on the lotus petals, there's a possibility that the main statue is Manjusri, and it can be of the same identity with the image on the lotus petals. Therefore, this Sakyamuni copper lotus petal cover should be a decoration on a wooden lotus petal, with the upper part set on the wooden petal and the bottom fixed on the lotus platform with nails. About the identity of the main statue, there are 2 possibilities. It might be Manjusri, or a Buddha with the same posture. The Amitabha, which also serves as a symbol of longevity, has the same posture of holding a bowl with both hands when he appears in a series of Buddhas of 5 directions, Wu Fang Fo. Therefore, in the Qing court, where people often wish for longevity, this copper cover is also very likely a statue of Amitabha. Decorating the lotus petals with Buddha image is relatively common on the statues of Vairocana in the Ming Dynasty. Such lotus platforms were designed to represent the lotus world where Rokana is located, as recorded in the Brahmajala Sutra, where the platform is surrounded by 1,000 flowers and 1,000 Sakyamuni appear on them. However, the Buddha image appearing on the lotus seed of Manjusri is a form of decoration originating from northern Shanxi after the Song and the Jin dynasties, about 12th to 13th century. This is Huayan Temple of Liao Dynasty, located in Datong of Shanxi Province. 国家教藏殿 means a hall of Buddhist sutra storage. In this hall, there are 3 Buddhas, Rokana, Vairocana, and Sakyamuni. On their lotus seed petals, a seated Buddha image appears by gelled patterning and gilding. The method of decorating the Buddha image on the lotus petals does not have strict requirements for the main statue. It is used not only on Buddhas, but also on the Bodhisattva. Therefore, it can be surmised that the Buddha image on the lotus petal of Manjusri in the Wutai Mountain Shuxiang Temple should come from this local method of decoration. The Qianlong Emperor visited Manjusri in Wutai Mountain and came back to use it as a blueprint to build a series of royal temples dedicated to Manjusri. This style of carving or casting the Buddha or the Bodhisattva image on the lotus petals appeared, not only in the statue of bronze or wood carvings, but also the jade ones. However, this style of lotus seeds, although elaborate and grand, eventually failed to catch on because it required more man-hours and material resources. With the disappearance of the main statue, the copper covers scattered all around. Dr. Koch Bergmann, who sold these pieces to the museum, was a doctor in the German troop in Beijing during the Boxer War. Based on that information, I would make a bold conjecture that these copper covers are very likely to come from the imperial garden Yuanmingyuan, because at that time, the German wounded soldiers accommodated in Langrunyuan, which was a place very close to the Yuanmingyuan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this really interesting conclusion as well, which I'm looking forward to discussing more with you and with Susanne Knödel as well. Should we do the Q&A first, and then I have some housekeeping things as well, but let's maybe ask the questions first.
Yeah, yes. Definitely. Maybe if you would like to have immediate responses to the objects we heard, often there are cross-thinkings or similarities in other collections or whatever. We maybe can report from the last example that was, or I remember when we first met and discussed it, or the second time maybe it was, when for Susanne Knödel, she had these pedals in her collection and never knew what were they used for. And it was such a moving moment when knowledge came together and we suddenly understood where they come from. So that was a moment where we saw that it's really more than important to do joint research and to match our knowledge. So if there are any immediate reactions on that, maybe this first. No. Okay. Then if there are questions in general on the research practices, I have to confess I'm very curious to know more about the archives, because we talked about archives in general, and if maybe the Chinese colleagues but also the German ones could explore for the whole audience which archives they use, how researchers can access the archives or not, what is the material you are working with in general. That would be, I think, of a great interest to everyone.
大家好哈，我来回答一下这个问题。在我们这个故宫博物院的这个文物啊，我们研究主要是对文物的研究主要是依据清宫档案。清宫档案呢，它又分好多种，直接的跟文物相关的就是清代内务府造办处档案，除了
先说，
我先说完是吧 ？OK， 除了这个清宫我简单说一下这个清宫造办处档案啊。清宫造办处档案，造办处是从康熙时期就有， 一直延续到清末。但是我们这个清宫的这个造办处档案呢，现在主要是从雍正朝，一直到晚清时候都有。目前出版的是，雍正、乾隆两朝的都出了，其他的一些还在这个后续的筹备过程中。但是呢，这些后续的这些在中国第一历史档案馆，他们有胶片，但是现在还没有那个完全数字化啊。但是这些胶片有些也可以看到啊，可以那个在那个第一历史档案馆查到的这些。除了这些呢，还有一些就是在内务府的一些其他的档案中也会分散着一些，甚至在这个有些清宫档案它流散到就是流散出去之后，在那个大连图书馆，他们也曾经出版了一些这个造办处的档案，这个内务府的档案，在这里面呢，它也有一些关于清宫物品制造的这个档案，这些也可以用。然后呢，就是中国第一历史档案馆还把一些其他的档案，这个也汇集到一些专题档案中，就是昨天我们讲的那个清代中南海档案里边，他们也有一些啊。就是整体而言呢，就是说做这个清代就是清宫文物研究，主要就是利用这些档案。
So when we are doing research on the collections of the Qing Imperial Court, we mainly use the archives from the court. The first major category are the archives from the Imperial Workshop of the Imperial Household Department, which were responsible for making the artifacts in the Forbidden City. And the archives were made from the Kangxi era up until the late Qing dynasty, so pretty much from the beginning to the end of the Qing dynasty. And now what are preserved are mostly from the Yongzheng era to the late Qing dynasty. For the archives from the Yongzheng and Qianlong eras, they are already published, and the others are yet to be published, but many of them have been preserved at the first historical archives of China, which we can access the films for these archives. And then the second category are the other related archives from the Imperial Household Department. There are also some of these archives which have been transferred from the Forbidden City to other institutions. For example, there are some of these in the library of Dalian, and it houses some of the archives from the Imperial Court. And the third group are some of the archives which are organized by the first historical archives of China into different professional topics. For example, yesterday I introduced there was a archive collection just about the Central and South Seas, Zhongnanhai, which was one of these archives. So these are the main materials we use for doing the research.
I have a question for the first two speakers of the first case study. If I'm not mistaken, it's pretty clear that the object, the Avalokiteshvara, came from this monastery you mentioned. And I think if we know the name and the place of the monastery, this really has potential from the perspective of provenance research to get more information about when it left the place, when it was translocated. Can't we find out anything about the plundering or looting of this monastery? I a bit miss the connection to the Boxerloot.
Because this sculpture was on the Muller's journey on Beijing, and he went to several places to collect art piece. And I think some of the temple was guarded by some army, maybe not only German army, but also like French. They got the permission to go enter. So there are some documents say they negotiate with the priest who still work here to collect some art piece. For this place, he definitely went to that place. So I think it's on his journey he take this Avalokiteshvara, and maybe one more, because in that diary he said that there was one four-armed deity, but I think it's not this one. Maybe there are more. Yeah.
This is a general question for the Palace Museum colleagues. Is this the right time for that? Okay. So my question is, it's related to about eyewitness accounts of the Boxer War. So as we've seen yesterday, there are a couple of Boxer War accounts that everyone who does provenance research on this period knows, the Taylor and Putnam Wheel, and everyone in the West sort of we are familiar with these accounts, but I think it's important to also read the Chinese accounts. So I wanted to ask especially the Palace Museum colleagues if there was any Chinese accounts of the Boxer War, especially of the looting, that you wish Western colleagues would be more familiar with.
这是一个比较宽泛的问题，就是说他们在做八国联军这个流失文物的溯源研究的时候，一般会用到一些在西方比较常用的这些他们这个赴华的这些人员的一些记录。那么他想问就是咱们在研究当中有没有一些相关的记录是觉得他们可以去看的，特别是关于对于这些地方掠夺的这些记录，是咱们希望他们能够去看一看的，就在中国这边。
这个问题我来回答一下哈。就是关于义和团这个内容啊，在中国呀是一个非常重要的这个研究课题。自从上个世纪50年代以来我们那边就是整理了大量的这个关于义和团这方面的档案。近些年呢，就是主管这个档案的部门呢，又把这个档案在逐步的数字化，又先后有一些相关的这个档案逐步在那个可以让这个读者利用这是一个。还有啊，就是说这个咱们讲的就是跟我们文物相关这一块儿，在上个世纪就是上个世纪50年代编的这个义和团档案中啊，有一部分是关于这个就是当时就是八国联军占领北京之后就是从北京掠夺文物的一个记载，但是这个数量比较少还有一些我前一段时间去档案馆去查档案的时候，就发现那个就是清代内务府就是在这个联军从占领的机构撤军之后，内务府去就是查点当时这个文物损失的情况但是呢，这个他有这个记载说当时去查点了，但是呢查点的最后结果这个档案现在还没有看到不知道是就是说档案管理部门是没有那个整理完，还是其他原因，目前还不是特别清楚。总体而言呢，就是这部分档案有，但是数量也不是特别多此外呢，就是这是官方的档案，在民间呢有一些记载就是我昨天给大家讲的时候，就是关于中南海的那个 就是那是一个中国人从那个留洋的中国人回来去中南海看到的一个情况，他记载了一点。还有其他的就是这个是比较具体的。其他的人呢，就是当时八国联军占领北京期间，北京京城的那些人记载的一些情况，但是这个记载的就比较笼统啊，就是说只是说这个文物损失很严重，但是具体损失到什么情况，这个就不是特别清楚啊。我们研究呢，主要还是要依赖于这个官方的档案啊，但是官方的档案现在就是整体的，就是说现在目前我们能看到的，就是公布出来的数量还比较有限。希望下一步就是说，我们随着档案的整理对外公布的越来越多，促进我们这个研究深化。
So I will be introducing what kind of accounts we have used during our research. So the Boxer War loot is a very important topic in our research in China. And since the 1950s, there have been archives about this episode, which were made public in China, but it was a slow process. It was only in the recent years that some of these archives are digitized and made public. So that was the first category. These were the major official archives, and then about the archives on the objects before the 1950s. Around 1950s, the authorities had organized the research to compile the archives, which concerns the loss of objects during the occupation of the Alliance troops in Beijing. It contains some of the records on the loss of those objects, but it's not very rich. And then the third part are the archives of the Imperial Household Department itself. It also organized a kind of check on which objects were looted by the Alliance troops. However, due to some reasons that we don't know, the result cannot be accessed. Maybe it's because it's still being organized by the owners of the archives, the authorities, or some other reasons. Therefore, there are some related archives in China, but the number is not so much. And besides these official documents, we also can find some private accounts. Like for example, in my speech yesterday, I mentioned traveling Chinese, Mr. Di Pingzi, who came back to Beijing from via Japan and Korea, and he mentioned that there are many objects that were looted in the Hall of Purple Splendor, and there are lots of books scattered on the ground. But most of these accounts are just a general description rather than about specific objects. So in general, the related accounts are official, mostly official, and those that are published are not the majority of the entire accounts. So I hope that with the deepening of the research, more and more archives can be published, which could further promote our research.
I would like to add some feelings from my perspective. First of all, I would like to say, as far as I understand, provenance research is a new thing in China, and the Western kind of provenance research, the research methods and principles are actually new in China. China has its own tradition of provenance recording, such as what I talked about with colleagues from the Smithsonian from the Vienna yesterday at the dinner. We had the very long tradition of recording how a painting
go through from owner to owner, and they had very clear records, postscripts behind the paintings, and also we had a very traditional, a very long tradition of studying the bronzes, the 金石学. So those are very traditional ways of recording the provenance of the objects. But yesterday I heard a lot from Western scholars about provenance materials that you hold, especially concerning the war with the eight lions. There are a lot of people wrote diaries, memoirs, and you have got hold of the provenance researchers. Have got hold of this whole world of material in the West, but in China we have just started. Actually, this project is a new thing for us, and this is the start of provenance research on our side. So, although my colleague Teng has just said that we mainly depend on official archives now, but I'm not sure. I don't know whether there are, like in the West, still a whole world of materials, personal memoirs, diaries existing in this world. I don't know. No one knows. Maybe in the future we will have the time. One day we will find something that are very interesting to help the research in this area. 我就是补充一点，就是跟他们解释一下，就是像这种溯源的研究，对我们来说都是很新的东西。就是虽然我们有很深的传统，在书画、在金石学方面有这种就是记录这个一件东西就流转的这个过程，但是西方意义上的这种溯源研究对我们来说是非常新的，他们所用的方法，他们所用的材料对我们来说也都是非常新的。那么昨天我听到就是很多的学者他们所掌握的资料，从西方这边的就是很多参与过八国联军战争的这个人，他们所写的记录、日记、回忆等等所有的资料是非常多的。但是我们现在才刚刚开始在这个领域的研究，那么这是对我们来说是一个非常新的领域。那么现在我们没有看到有这方面的个人的这些记录的材料，但不意味着它就没有，说不定就是等着在就是研究深入的过程当中，有一天我们可以像西方一样，我们可以发现一些对我们就是溯源研究有用的资料，但是不是现在。大家还有什么补充？
不好意思，我补充一点，就是从我的那个就是关于这一次报告的相关查阅的资料，我查阅了有一个民国的档案，他当时是对北京市内所有的庙宇做了一次综合的调查，叫北平庙宇调查，然后里面收录了当时还在的所有的寺庙的一些基本情况，包括它的房屋就是建筑结构，还有里面还有多少尊神，以及还有多少人在里边工作这些情况。然后还有一些就是西方的一些学者，他们可能比较早的就是到了中国，包括日本的学者，包括易建梅荣的那个一套资料，它不光是有包括北京的资料，也有包括内蒙地区以及东北地区的一些旧的影像资料。这个资料对我们也很重要，因为很多寺庙现在已经不存在了，然后包括它的尊神也已经分散到就是可能世界各地或者是被毁了。但是我们可以从他们带回来的或者拍照的资料可以看到，就是当时那些寺庙的神像的一些风格，对。
I'd like to make a comment based on my research. When I was preparing for my speech today, I run into an archive which was compiled in the Republican period of China. It is about all the temples in the Beijing city. It introduces the status of the structure and the statues collected in them, as well as the personnel working in those temples, and as well as such information. So this could provide some clues for our research into the provenance. And also another important source are the accounts from the Western scholars, including Japanese scholars who had traveled to China and noted down their personal accounts or took photographies for like heritage structures in Beijing and also the northeastern China, because many of these structures are already destroyed or non-existent. However, based on their account or images, we can still find out what they were like at that time. This could also provide very important clues for the research.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. There was a question here.
I was curious about the kind of research process. So basically, I think Yuan Hong mentioned yesterday that there was originally a list of 70 and maybe there were more objects afterwards. But how did you decide which objects to focus on more specifically and research more in depth? And how many of those 70 or more objects did you get a chance to research more in depth? And then maybe also for the colleagues at the Palace Museum, how long did it take them to do all of this research?
我主要想问一个关于研究流程的问题，因为你们在发言当中提到，最初这个研究项目一共有70多件文物的一个列表。那么你们是如何就是确定哪些文物是值得进行一个具体的深入研究？还有这70多件文物当中，其中有多少确实进行了这个深入的研究？然后这些研究大概要用多长的时间？
So we had an original list of 70 objects, which, so we started actually by developing a list of criteria by which to select objects from the collections of the 7 museums that are part of the project. Because as you can imagine, so this is new for us as well, doing a project with 7 museums together. So there's 7 very diverse collections because it's museums with ethnographic collections, museums with art collections, museums with decorative art collections. So they're very diverse collections with very diverse origins. So we developed a list of criteria to get these primary 70 objects, where we also looked at trying to get mainly like very diverse group of objects across all the 7 collections. Because we saw this as just like a starting point, just to understand how this kind of cooperative research could work. So we tried to get as many different kinds of objects with as many diverse origins as well. So coming both from the art market, coming from participants in the Boxer War, unknown origins, private collections, to use these as case studies to get started. So the first 70 objects were selected by the German museums from the collections involved. And then in the discussions with the colleagues from the Palace Museum, some of the colleagues said, oh, but what about this other object? This would also be very important for the project. And then we added other objects and now have, I think, around 120 objects on the list. However, we are researching all of them, but I would not say all of them in the same depth, because this is a 2-year project and we are not that many researchers, so we are doing as much as we can in the period of time, but I think we're seeing this more as a study in how can this work, how does this work practically. And so at the end of this we are also we are writing guidelines, so we're putting all the experience, which of course in 2 years is limited, but everything that we've learned in these 2 years about how to do this kind of research. We are going to put down in writing so others can continue and also continue this research, which I think is very important. Does that kind of answer your question? So I can't give you an exact number because I think it's more of a scale. Some of the objects are researched very much in depth, and others not so much. Also, some actors it's easier to find out more about, and others are very obscure. Maybe this is one other note. As you also saw with the lotus petal thing, I think this gives you a good idea of just how diverse the material is, the archival material we're dealing with. Because for the Umlauf thing, of course, you have, who's a art dealer or ethnographica dealer. You have catalogs for the art objects, auction catalogs. Then they're in museums all across Germany, so you have the museum archives, but you also have local archives. You have the military archive in Freiburg. You have the state archives of the 16 states. In Germany, you have the main German art. So there's just archives everywhere, which are maybe not as digitized as some of the archives in China, maybe. Some of them are very digitized, but many not at all. So it just takes a lot of going to places and looking through very large archival collections, which is why in some cases we haven't found out much. In others, I think we've come quite a long way. Maybe one of my colleagues wants to add something.
Yeah, maybe two things to add that we...
Okay.
就是这个项目最开始是有一个70多件的一个文物列表，那么这个列表的生成是我们根据我们所合作的7家博物馆的这个大概藏品的情况，提供了一个标准，让他们去选择一些文物，可以作为一个起步来进行研究。但是这7家博物馆，他们来自的领域都非常广泛，包括民族学、美术还有装饰艺术等等，所以藏品也是非常多样化。因此，这只仅仅是作为一个起点，而且他们的来源也各不相同，有的是收购或者是捐赠，包括实际参与八国联军侵华的一些人员的这个捐赠或者卖给了博物馆。那么我们挑选这些文物作为我们的案例研究的目标，那么最开始这些是由德方提出来的一个列表，在接下来的和中方共同研究过程当中，中方的人员又在研究当中发现了一些其他比较感兴趣或者认为很重要的文物，那么也加到这个列表里面来，所以后来数量增加之后，大概达到了120多件。但是当然不可能对这些每一件文物都进行同样深度的研究，而这是一个2年的项目，所以我们也对这个研究投入了很大的精力和时间，然后我们也需要去走访各地的各种档案馆、博物馆等等，来查阅各种资料。但是这些因为他们的这些文物它的类别非常广泛，所以不可能对每一件文物都找到非常全面的信息，有些可能比较容易进行研究，还有一些会比较难找到信息。那么在这个研究的最后，我们会发布一个指南，就是将我们的研究成果进行书面化，同时也为未来此方面的溯源研究提供一些指导，更好的帮助其他的同事来继续推进这样的工作。
And maybe just to add two things, we are having records on every object, so like a data sheet on every object where we have all the information we have, and the objects we go into deeper research, they are mainly selected by our Chinese colleagues with, maybe just to emphasize, of course with the impetus of the German curator, if in the case of the last example where there was just such a huge question marks for years, of course the curator brought in that there's a special interest of knowing more about this.
Will that list of 120 be published, or I mean, I would love to see pictures of all those objects.
Yeah, can you repeat it again in the microphone?
Hello. Is there a thought to publish or to make accessible images and records of all these 120 objects?
It's a good question. What we are preparing is the guideline, and as much as we can, we will put into the guideline. But we didn't decide yet if we will publish all the 120 objects. We will have case studies in there. And it may be a question also of like having a good digital platform to publish this, because the guideline will be published in a digital form as a PDF or whatever, and in a printed version probably. And there's no place for 120 objects and their records in this. So it's not decided yet. Also because there are 7 museums involved, and it would mean like to merge the collection data of these museums. But as I think it's interesting for everyone, yeah, it would be a good thing. But we need a digital platform for that, I think.
我们会在最后发布这个指南，但是我们现在还没有确定是否会把这个120件文物所有的相关信息都包括在这个指南当中，因为我们也不确定这个指南到底是以数字的形式还是以印刷的形式来呈现。如果是以印刷的形式呢，可能这个信息量就会比较大，而且这些文物来自7家不同的博物馆，要把这些信息收集起来也会需要很大的工作量。但当然这个我们明白这些文物大家都非常感兴趣，所以我们也还在考虑当中。
So maybe I can just add a little bit. So we will have like a final project report as well. Which is mainly for a funding body, but because we are funded publicly, this will also be available publicly. So we will at least have like all the 120 objects in some form in there. Not necessarily with images though, just because it's like a research report. It depends on which form they publish it, but that means there will be a public record of which objects we were researching. But this is like it's, as you're maybe familiar, it's the research report for the funding body, so it has a specific format. So maybe we should think about publishing it in the future in some way that's like more accessible and more easier. That would be a good idea, yeah. Yeah, or Twitter all the objects, or yeah, we'll have to think about that. I think what we need is, and that's been a problem for us as well, digital infrastructure for sure. That's something that would be very helpful.
我们最后在研究的结束还会有一份项目的报告，但是因为这是提交给我们的赞助方的一个报告，所以它有固定的形式。它其中可能会包括这些所有的藏品，但是不一定会包括所有的图像。但是它最后肯定会向公众发布。那么这也是包括这些文物信息的一种形式。
Okay, so I think since we're nearing the end of the session, unless there's a very, very urgent last question, otherwise, and I don't see any hands right now, so I have to get my notes, one moment. Because I do have a few housekeeping notes, or just some information on where we go from now. So at the end of the session, we're going to try and have a group photo with everyone who wants to, of course. You can opt out if you don't want it, on the stairs on the way down. So we're going to stop everyone on their way down and try to make a huge group photo.
Good afternoon. My name is Katharina Weiler. I am curator and provenance researcher at the Museum Angewandte Kunst in Frankfurt am Main. And I'm very happy to welcome you to the third and last panel of our conference. In the following 1.5 hours, we will listen to 3 talks and have the opportunity to exchange ideas with expert speakers who reflect on the challenging topic dealing with loot. In this panel, we focus our attention on different attempts of dealing with Boxerloot, both in China and in Europe, namely from the second half of the 20th century until today. The speakers' trans-perspective approaches illustrate the complexity of this topic and, I am sure, will encourage further discussions, for example, on past and future and current ways of researching Boxerloot, or on the elaboration of various strategies and methods in dealing with this legacy in museum collections. Well, I am excited about the first contribution by Zhou Shiji from the Beijing Palace Museum, who will give a lecture on revisiting China's post-World War II investigations into cultural properties lost during the invasion of the Eight-Nation Alliance. This is a long title. Mrs. Zhou graduated from the University of Glasgow in 2016 and since
2017, she has been working at the Palace Museum's Department of Collection Management. She is currently responsible for promotions of new collections. Her research interests include collection management policies, art law, the art market, and Ming Dynasty paintings. Please give a warm welcome to Zhou Zhiqi.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear colleagues, I'm very happy to be here and talk about China's post-World War II investigations into cultural properties looted in 1900 and 1901. Not long before the end of World War II, in 1945, the Chinese Ministry of Education founded the Board of Protecting Cultural Heritage during war, focusing on the protection of cultural heritage in war zone and preparing for the post-war investigation of the loss of cultural properties during the Second World War. However, what seems to be rarely known to people is that around the same time, the Chinese government also put an effort into organizing investigations into cultural properties looted in 1900 and 1901. And it was mainly on items looted to Germany and Italy, based on the Mingguo area government records from the Second Historical Archives of China in Nanjing, and the academia records from the Second Historical the Academia Historica in Taipei. We can try to make up what happened. Due to the still unstable international and domestic conditions at the time, as well as the time limit and other reasons, the research was far from thorough, nor was it detailed or structured. But it was a very early effort made by the Chinese government and museums, etc., which provided a rough picture of the situation and reflects the importance attached to Chinese cultural properties by the government and by people involved. So this is why, although this is only a page in history, but I do not hope that it is overlooked. So, firstly, I would like to look at the background of the investigation. In 1945, after the end of World War II in Europe, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs started to prepare for any post-war negotiations that may happen between China and Germany, as well as between China and Italy. This includes investigating into Chinese cultural properties looted to Germany and Italy in the year of Gengzi. Before this, there was a set of astronomical instruments looted by the German troops from Beijing Ancient Observatory that was returned under the Treaty of Versailles in 1921. Therefore, in July 1945, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent letters to the Ministry of Education and the Palace Museum, which were called the National Peiping Palace Museum at the time, asking them to investigate into this subject and provide lists of related cultural and artistic objects, including military objects. The Ministry of Education then quickly turned to major museums and academic institutions, such as the Preparatory Office of the National Central Museum and the National Peiping Library, to look at this. Later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent a message to the military attaché in Berlin, Gui Yongqing, asking him to conduct on-the-spot investigations into cultural properties looted to Germany and Austria during the year of Gengzi. Apart from what mentioned above, some Chinese students who were studying in European countries also offered to contribute to the matter. An example of this is the exceptional Chinese architect Feng Jizhong, who wrote a letter to the then Foreign Affairs Minister Wang Shijie about this. Although Feng Jizhong did not really do it in the end because of his leaving for Switzerland, other materials have showed that some photos and information were offered by students studied abroad. Both the Palace Museum and the Preparatory Office of the National Central Museum expressed in their report letter that, apart from the issue of the astronomical instruments mentioned earlier, there were no detailed records of the laws good enough to be used as reference, and that a comprehensive investigation should be carried out in the future. However, in the National Central Museum's report to the Ministry of Education on the 29th of August 1945, 3 lists of items were attached. I quote from the report, but items such as the Song edition of the important Chinese book Yi Zhuan Li Shi Ji Jie in the collection of Berlin State Library, and the Ben Cao Pin Hui Jing Yao in the collection of the National Central Library of Rome were the one and only edition in the world that was once in the imperial collection. They were obviously looted in the year of Gengzi. Also, of the Chinese cultural relics that were scattered in different public and private Berlin collections, many have unclear provenance. We'll list some of them for reference. Nevertheless, the loss caused by the catastrophes happened in our country during the last 50 years could not be calculated by number. The list of the items attached here are incomplete. In addition, the report also mentioned the preciousness and significant historical value of the wall paintings and manuscript fragments taken by Albert von Lecoq during his Turfan expedition, emphasizing that although this was not related to the Boxer War, it was done with no legal grounds and equal to theft. So let's take a look at the 3 attachments. The first one introduced in details the condition of the 10 volumes of Yi Zhuan Li Shi Ji Jie in the collection of the Berlin National Library, including dimensions, number of pages, use of paper, inscriptions, etc. Reminiscent to this was that the Chinese historian and archaeologist Xiang Da, who visited major libraries in Europe to see Chinese books and manuscripts from 1935 to 1938, mentioned in his article, the Song edition Zhou Yi Ji Jie in the collection of the Berlin National Library is the one and only between heaven and earth. In it, we see the seals of Ji Gu Ge and the Qianlong Emperor. It was definitely looted from the imperial palaces of the Qing dynasty. Nevertheless, as we can see from this picture, I got from the online catalog of the Berlin State Library, the Yi Zhuan Li Shi Ji Jie was evacuated during the war and is now kept at Jagiellonian Library, Krakow, Poland. And unfortunately, we now see only volumes 5 to 10 survived. Besides this, the first attachment also listed 64 sets of Tang and Song manuscripts and fragments of printed books taken by Albert von Lecoq in the collection of the Berlin Academy that was said to have been viewed by Chinese academics. Rough introductions of their features were given, and it emphasized the incompleteness of the list. The second attachment introduced the features and importance of Ben Cao Pin Hui Jing Yao in the collection of the National Central Library of Rome. And finally, the third attachment listed the Ancient Art Department of Berlin State Museum's 11 private collectors and 67 items in their collections, which included mainly bronzes and pottery figurines. The items were divided into groups according to the 4 books in reference: The Studies of Warring States Style Bronzes by Umehara Suji, the first volume of A History of Early Chinese Art by Oswald Serin, selected relics of ancient Chinese bronzes from collections in Europe and America, published by Yamanaka and Company, and a catalog from Jörg Trübner. And we can see the private collectors listed here were mostly major German Asian art dealers, such as Edgar Walsh, Jörg Trübner, Otto Burchard, and Heinrich Hart. Furthermore, from a document sent from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we can learn that the director of the National Paping Gallery, Yuan Tongli, who were in Berlin in August 1945, also compiled a list of Chinese cultural properties and later made a second list of 11 items from the collections of 3 German museums. However, the first list could not be found from the archives, and I did not find any records that show the work of the military attaché in Berlin either. Lastly, as mentioned earlier, the purpose of organizing these investigations was to prepare for any negotiations that might happen between China and Germany and China and Italy. We could find from the archives a draft of conditions to propose in the peace treaty with Germany, the notes of which did mention the report by the preparatory office of the National Central Museum, although of course we know the draft was only a draft and did not happen. As far as what we see today is concerned, I guess we might have got the feeling that the investigations were far from thorough, detailed, or extensive. But to make any comment on them, we might have to firstly remind ourselves of the circumstances they were under. The international and domestic environment was still very unstable and complex at the time. And of course, there was shortage in different kinds of resources because of the 8 years of counter-Japanese war. To avoid being damaged during the war, even a very large number of items in the collections of the Palace Museum and the preparatory office of the National Central Museum had to be transferred and went on a long and difficult journey to the south of China. And also, it is easy to understand that the main focus at the time was to investigate the loss of cultural properties during World War II and those looted to Japan. On the other hand, the looting of cultural properties during 1900 and 1901 is of course a very complicated issue. The objects were scattered to many different institutions and private collectors in different countries. Sorry, thank you very much. Where was I? And also, it is easy to On the other hand, the looting of cultural properties during 1900 and 1901 is a very complicated issue. The objects were scattered to many different institutions and private collectors in different countries, the research of which requires researchers to take their time to look at all kinds of archives, to visit collections, to look for and to view the items. But not only did they have limited resources and access, but also limited time. For the purpose of the investigations were to prepare for post-war negotiations. So under given conditions, the government resourced different groups of people, the museum professionals and the academics for their expertise in cultural properties and history, students and other groups based in Europe for on-spot investigations. The report letter of the preparatory office of the Central Museum implied that the researchers conducted the investigations by looking up large numbers of books and catalogs available and consulted scholars who had access to German collections. And they selected items based on their place of origin, whether they have clear provenances, and they did not restrict to items related to the Boxer War, but also included what they considered were of significant historical values that could have been taken illegally. Thus, the investigations have many limitations, but as early efforts in looking at cultural properties looted in 1900 and 1901, it provided a very rough picture of the situation and drew attention from the government and museum professionals the complexity of the problem, and also reflected the importance attached to protecting cultural heritage. Actually, I also consider my research now as incomplete, for I still hold hopes to find the missing documents in the archives, such as whether the military attaché did filed a report on what they did, and also in the draft of peace treaties. On the draft of peace treaties, they mentioned some other German museums and collections, which we do not know who the providers were, and so I would just carry on doing the research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is my great pleasure to introduce you to Mareile Flitsch and Ju Filipiak, the next two speakers of the following tandem lecture titled Who to Talk to, Who to Hold Responsible, Looted Goods from the Boxer War in Ethnographic Museums in Countries that were not involved in the Boxer War. Professor Flitsch is directress of the Völkerkunde Museum, the Museum of Ethnology, and holder of the chair of ethnology in Zurich. Her research interests include China, Japan, Korea, and Mongolia. Her ongoing exhibition in Zurich is entitled Plundered Goods, 5 questions on objects from China at the end of the imperial era. I'm sure you will probably introduce your exhibition project. Dr. Ju Filipiak studied sinology and musicology at the universities of Leipzig and Halle-Wittenberg. Currently, she is co-curator and research associate at the Ethnological Museum in Zurich, where she focuses on provenance research and object-related research for East Asian collections. Her major research regions are China, Japan, Korea, Mongolia, Taiwan, and Tibet. The floor is yours.
So, thank you very much for having invited us here. Warm welcome to this talk for the people online and here, so numerous in the room. Imagine ethnographic collections in countries in Europe without colonies. Truth to tell, we started from thinking on countries who were not involved in the Boxer War, but this very quickly led us to troubles in finding what this was. So we decided to first start with countries without colonies and without diplomatic representations in China, which was another fact. And then imagine that in such in an ethnographic museum, like in our museum in Zurich, you come across an inventory card on which you read from the lootings of the streets of Beijing. So looted objects in museums of countries which were not involved in the Boxer War, we had no colonies and no diplomatic relations in China, is something surprising. And it seems that hitherto these countries which have holdings but which had no colonies and no relations to the Boxer War have not really been in sight of the field, it seems to us. So what we try, Philip Jack and I try to show you is what we did then after which we found this. I invited Philip Jack as a provenance researcher to Zurich and we started to investigate how many of such objects do we have in our collections and what is this. So I start with framing this a little bit. We started to frame it to better understand it. There was this book recently published by Carsten Stahn, a lawyer and provenance researcher, very good to read, Confronting Colonial Objects. And he speaks in one chapter of the scramble for cultural colonial objects. And I think this Swiss case also belongs to this category. There are countries who had no colonies. We are not really aware of this, but there's Iceland, Ireland, Norway, Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, Eastern European countries, and Switzerland, who in a way are special. And we try to show why they are special. There's also Austro-Hungarian Empire, which had no colonies, but they scrambled for colonies. And they were scrambled to become a colonial power, and I think this is a particular case. We saw it yesterday from our Slovenian colleagues. And then what is apparently deciding with these cases is that there were relevant factors to position themselves apparently to the Boxer War. Either there were market interests, the US also didn't have colonies but were part of the Boxer, the armies, or they had diplomatic, some relations, missionary enterprise whatsoever. So there's different factors seem to come together. And with this not having any colonies also come different self-understandings of these countries as nations or emerging nations, defining themselves not through colonies. This to us seems to be quite interesting because they all reclaim for themselves a sort of nimbus of innocence, that self-understanding is neutral, is non-colonial, as never having had colonies, is not contaminated. So in this, with this in mind, Carsten Stahn frames his work with two ideas. One idea is that cultural colonial objects and their looters are in a way co-constructed. This issue, truth to tell, came up throughout this conference already, that there's a relation which is coming up because of in the moment you take something, you construct the object you take in relation to what you want to show. And the other issue is that he says that the cultural colonial objects tell something about the identity of the looters. Do you take a toilet? Do you take an imperial incense burner? Or do you take something? It says something about your identity. What I found quite striking, and I have to say it's really nice to have one's talk at the end of such a conference because one can draw so many lines. I was really struck yesterday by this fact that there's such a great distance between what people took and what they knew about it. Total ignorance. No? You have 10 Gutchens, you burn, you have 7 Gutchens, you burn 6 and put the 1 in the wrong case. No? So there's this ignorance issue, and it also says something about this identity. And I think these two approaches are a helpful lens, or we think it's a helpful first lens to better understand looted objects and collections of these countries, which were not actively participating in the Boxer War, which had no colonies, which had no diplomatic relations, etc. So how did these countries negotiate their engagement in or an attitude towards the Boxer War, eventually through access to colonial objects? And I frame it like this now, and I come back to this later. And there's this interesting case. We found that Switzerland is quite close to Norway, in a way, in this regard. Norway had no colonies, and reclaims also for itself a colonial innocence and this position of being neutral. Then there was a wonderful article by Rasmussen and others with the title Curation by the Living Dead. They show that explorers from Norway, like Thor Heyerdahl and so on, they continue curating the collections far beyond their time and far beyond, they were already criticized, but still have an influence on how research is done and how this is displayed. So Norway is apparently quite an interesting case, and we explored the Norwegian National Museum database and were really struck by objects which are to be found in that museum of very high quality, acquired around 1900. So our Norwegian colleagues have or should look at this maybe. This case of Switzerland is of course quite particular. As you may know, Switzerland has 3 or 4 cultural areas. There's a German-speaking Switzerland, Italian-speaking Switzerland, French-speaking Switzerland, and the Romanian Switzerland. And of course, Germany, France, and Italy were partners in the Boxer War. So Switzerland is in a particular position. All these countries are, of course, special. Until some years ago, Switzerland was counted as a country without colonial burden. I took my directorship in 2008, and everybody said, "You are lucky, they had no colonies." Meanwhile, the case of Switzerland as a colonialism without colonies is an important and very productive research field in by Swiss historians. Patricia Putschert, Barbara Lüthi, and others have done marvelous work. And a major research concept that is used in these years is that of colonial entanglement of Switzerland. This makes it something ambiguous, and anything was in a way entangled through slavery, through expeditions, through exploring resources, through Swiss people as scientists in colonial expeditions, and so on. I think that one should sort of precise this concept with this idea of looking at Switzerland as a particular country without colonies, and to look beyond this concept of entanglement and take a closer look at the positionality of actors in these countries. There was no guiding idea from a nation to rob, to participate in the Boxer War, where there were many different actors who negotiated their positionalities, apparently. And the particularities of Swiss-Chinese relations seem to find their reflections in the collections and the objects we hold. So around 1900, Switzerland was in a very particular situation in relation to China. There were only roughly 80 citizens resident in China. We know of one Swiss person killed in the Boxer War. It's written in one of these monographs on the besiege of Beijing. And Swiss merchants and missions were active in China, but Swiss people had no diplomatic representation in China. This is what makes this case special. Then there was, and this was already said, there was a very interesting media reporting on the Boxer War. This made this war also quite special. And with Switzerland not having a diplomatic representation in China, having few people there, but merchants and missionaries, there is a tension fields between Swiss experiences in China, these 80 people who were resident in China, and the reporting to Switzerland. In Switzerland, there were rather higher debates, vivid debates on this incident without being involved. Experiences of Swiss in China until at least the 1920s was a lack of diplomatic representation by the Swiss state, so the Swiss people depended on foreign diplomatic protection in China, for example, by France, Germany, United Kingdom, Italy, and so on. And Swiss actors in China used colonial structures. There was a relative high, as I said, public interest in the Boxer War. If you read the media reporting on the Boxer War, it's really striking, and there has been done some research on it. And with this public debate around 1900 in Switzerland itself about the Boxer War, people were also positioning themselves. This is this positionality. The attitudes ranged from applause for the 8 Allied armies on the one hand and to critical attitudes on the other. And the fourth Switzerland, the Rheto-Romanian Switzerland, there you find books and a side of movement which was on the part of the Boxer movement side. They were pro-Boxer, they were anti-colonial, they wanted to kick the Westerners out under the heading of leave the yellow to the yellows. So these countries have surprising particularities, and this is also reflected in the collections. And there's a book, the Doppelte Po und die Musik, where you can find, it's online, you can find on this information on this movement. I don't know if other countries had such a pro-Boxer movement. In 2022, after we had sort of sifted through our collections, we asked the Swiss Federal Office of Culture for funding. We immediately got it, and we started from our collections to look through Swiss ethnographic collections, and we are currently writing the first report on Boxerloot in Swiss collections. And on this incident within our workspace series, we presented the objects we found, the suspected objects we found in our collection in this small exhibition, Looted Goods, 5 Questions on Objects from China, at the end of the imperial era. And during this exhibition, we do the research on these objects, and we also write these reports, and we keep our visitors informed what we have as new evidence. So our preliminary findings, we are half through now, and Filipiak will enter in some detail on objects we found, but very generally, all categories of suspected objects to be found, for example, in German collections, seem to be held also in Swiss museums, which struck us. And spread over the different collections, we have about roughly 80 objects which are suspect. We looked at other collections. In some museums, it's more of this, in some museums, it's more of that. But overall, in Switzerland, you have the same set. Then you have crafts and arts, what was said yesterday already, woodwork, furniture, bronzes, porcelains, jades, and lacquerware, scrolls, and ancestral paintings. You also have textiles, dragon robes of finest quality, fine silkware. I don't know if other collections have this. The textiles occasionally have signs of use wear for carnival or family festivals, shifts on the arms or on the waist to better be able to carry it. Then we have an enormous amount of shoes for bound feet. Every museum, if you ask, do you have anything from around 1900, first of all, comes up with 20, 30, 40 pairs of shoes for bound feet, which is a very particular topic, as you may know, and we dealt with this in detail. Then you have the category of memorials directly related to the Boxer War, weapons, flags, uniforms, helmets. You have imperial objects from imperial paintings, weapons, cannons. You have something, as we will see, from the Waldersee loot, and objects from the imperial palace. And at least in one case, we have also something totally different, a Chinese person who packed a dress into a box and gave it to a Swiss person to preserve it in Switzerland, sort of auto collecting. This is how one collects. This is also a case we came across. So, and this is also still my part. Is this still my part? I would just like to point, and we will come to this in the discussion maybe. We found in our museum is hosted in the old botanical garden, which is a historical botanical garden, and to my real astonishment, it's a botanical garden which is held in the condition it was before it became old botanical garden. It's a historical monument, and in this botanical garden you have 6 endemic species from China. It comes from this botanical garden where our museum is positioned, has been in the end of the 19th century, after Kew Gardens, the place for breeding colonial seeds from China, plant hunting, So it's the relation of looting of species and so on. It has not been mentioned, but I think this botanic, species, medical, and so on topics also belong to this. And just to give you a first look into our exhibitions, we have textiles. This is the Mandarin's dress. A Mandarin gave his total dress, included underwear, boxes, feathers, everything to this Swiss merchant. Yes. And you, Philippe, will say a bit more about some of the objects. No, we have bronzes, we have ancestor paintings. The incense burn on the left side is said with a written document proving this, that it comes from the interior quarter of Züchi in the Imperial Palace. It was bought by our museum in the 1950s. We have Umlauf, who was already mentioned. The uniform is in St. Gallen Museum. Was sold from Umlauf, stemming from the events of 1900. And then, as I said, many shoes and weapons. And there is this jacket, which seems to be from the Imperial Palace, maybe from Züchi herself. So, okay.
The examination began with the China collection of the Ethnographical Museum of the University of Zurich. A total of 70 objects were selected for scrutiny, including textiles, porcelain, lotus shoes, paintings, and furniture, which could potentially be looted property. Our current exhibition looted goods, 5 questions on objects from China at the end of the imperial era showcases a selection of suspicious objects, including a few notable examples. In late imperial China, craftsmen from the Guild of Cabinet Makers supplied furniture, windows, and furnishings to the affluent social circles in Beijing. Carved wooden panels, also known as partitions, were crucial elements of wall paneling and room partitioning, as well as a symbol of wealth. The collection of the Ethnographic Museum at the University of Zurich comprises 16 teak panels, each about 2 meters high. The wooden panels are divided into a heart panel and a base panel and decorated with culturally and historically significant symbols. According to the database, the panels were looted from Beijing and later acquired by the Ethnographic Museum as part of the Amy Epley estate. Amy Epley, a merchant from Zurich, provided the museum with a number of objects from the time. We don't know more about him, but that seems interesting. Amy Epley withdrew some of the objects he had given to the museum, among them certainly a precious book cover from the Hanlin Library. The library, which fell victim to a fire disaster during the Boxer War, and wooden artifacts are a recurring issue in reports from the Boxer War. During the lootings, they, as well as window paneling, wooden objects of all kinds, and furniture were taken from walls, either as fuel for temporary housing
constructions from the soldiers or as plunder. These panels, which are not a complete set, but rather an arbitrary selection of panels from maybe the store of a carpenter's shop, were initially used as a decoration in a Swiss holiday or garden cottage before it was given to the Ethnographic Museum. The Bern Historical Museum houses a gun barrel in its inner courtyard. During the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, Imperial Kangxi commissioned Jesuit Ferdinand Verbist, Nanhuairen, to develop light and transtable cannons from the Imperial Army. Verbist designed 4 different types of cannons in 1681, which were variations of the Ming Dynasty cannons and were intended to fulfill different ranges, weights, and other requirements. The gun barrel of Bern is one of them and belonged to the type of the military perfect and eternally steadfast generalissimo, 5成永固大将军炮. Currently, there are 17 barrels of this type, with 13 located in Europe. Germany and Italy each possess 4 objects, while the remaining gun barrels can be found in Austria, Hungary, and Switzerland. The object was clearly looted from the Beijing Observatory by Count von Waldersee in 1901, as confirmed by historical evidence. The museum has conducted a thorough analysis of the object's provenance. In the 1930s, the then director of the Bern Historical Museum purchased the gun barrel from his colleague in the Berlin Historical Museum. In 2015, sinologist Maria Kayutina disclosed the gun barrel history and the Chinese inscription on the gun barrel. Today, a QR code leads visitor to its history, and we had the Manchurian inscription also translated. This painting is only part of the large paintings that depicts the battle scene, of which we do yet know details. No information is available about the collector, the type of acquisition, or the date of acquisition. This raises the question: we have evidence to assume that the painting belonged to the collection of the Hall of Purpose Splendor in Beijing. A small note written with lead pencil has been written on the museum's file card by Swiss East Asian art historian Helmut Brinker in the 1970s already. Castiglioni. Lang Shining. A viewing of this object is scheduled for the end of this month.
So I come to summarize shortly. Yeah. So just some reflections what these results may mean. Which relation to China, which identities does Boxerloot in Swiss collections construct? So suspected Boxerloot in colonies, countries without colonies, points to these nations as a kind of backyard, at least in the case of Switzerland, as a kind of backyard of the Boxer War nations loot. It points to looting purchased or collected as just occasionally. It points to artifacts brought by descendants of Boxer war soldiers migrating to these countries. We have several objects which the great-grandchildren of Boxer war soldiers brought to Switzerland and then brought to us. It points to attitudes, to decorating homes, garden houses, bodies on festive and carnival occasions. The fact of looting was for a long time of poor interest, or else it was a sign of authenticity. It points to objects collected to represent the Boxer war event and to share in a way the story, to be part of this story, at least in part of these collections. And it points to a very high esteem of imperial objects also in Swiss collections. So we thank you for your attention with some paintings from anonymous paravents in our collection and look forward to the discussion.
The topic of the last case, virtual exhibition strategies, has cross-border potential and I think is particularly topical. The two speakers, Zhu Zicheng and Ricarda Prosch, even discuss it from an interdisciplinary field of activity. They will present us a joint research project which was developed by Mr. Zhou and together with Liu Fangzhao, who cannot be here today, with curatorial input from Ricarda Prosch. Mr. Zhu currently serves as head of the Department of Cultural Heritage and Digitization at 3Digi Art in Stuttgart, a company that develops 3D digitization utilizing photogrammetry, laser scanning, augmented reality, and virtual reality. He has conducted several 3D reconstruction projects involving archaeological and historical objects at the von der Rau Museum in Fulda and Humboldt University of Berlin. Ricarda Prosch, whom most of you met yesterday, is an assistant curator at the Victoria and Albert Museum's Asia Department, East Asia section, and she specializes in Chinese art and design. Prior to joining the VNA, she was a curatorial trainee at the Museum für asiatische Kunst in Berlin. And she studied East Asian art history and China studies in Berlin, Beijing, and London, and is currently pursuing a PhD on the architecture, art, and material culture of the Western Jing tombs in Chiling, if I pronounce it correctly. I look forward to your contribution.
So thank you for the introduction and organization of this whole conference. I'm very honored to give the very last presentation on the topic of virtual exhibition strategies. Also, maybe we are also the only participant as a company. First, a brief introduction to our company. We are funded by Chinese in Stuttgart 2 years ago. We specialize in high-quality 3D scanning and digitalizations. We use the advanced technologies like photogrammetry and laser scanning to create detailed 3D models. We have collaborated with the Humboldt Forum and Humboldt University. And this picture shows that our CTO, Dr. Zhang, has given 2 presentations at Humboldt Forum. And here is the project from the von der Rau Museum. We also have collaboration with Zhenjiang Museum in Jiangsu province in China. And let me show you this picture is our developed devices to do photogrammetry. We put objects on the rotating table, and the camera can also move up and down through this track to take pictures, hundreds of pictures in different angles. And we upload these photos in our software, which can automatically generate a 3D model. Actually, we have optimized the code process to lower the cost. These two objects are from the Humboldt University. We given them only 1 day training, and they can do it themselves. That's why we can reduce the cost. It's a very cost-effective solution. And this one is a cuckoo's clock from the Schwarzwald, Black Forest. And there's a pottery in the Van der Rohe Museum. We can also put in the camera inside it and take the details in it. And this one is the prisoners' clothes from the concentration camp in Leonberg. And these shoes, what's interesting is that it was labeled as a children's shoes, but you all know it's a woman's lotus shoe in China. And after we generate the 3D objects, how can we present them to the public? I think most of the big museums in the world have already implemented virtual technologies. And one of them is so-called virtual reality. And this is an example from the Palace Museum. Palace Museum has developed a very large online cloud. It's a 云游故宫, the Gugong on the cloud. For example, we can visit all the temples, all the halls in Gugong. This is the hall of Taihe Dian. If you visit there personally, actually you are not allowed to step in the hall. If you want to see the golden imperial throne, you have to see it online. And they have also a big database of over 100,000 objects with 2D high-quality photos. Another example is from the Summer Palace, Yuanmingyuan. Immersive light show, it's called. As Yuanmingyuan has almost all destroyed, so they have to use such digital ways to show what they will look like. Oops. So this case is a very interesting one. It's a UNESCO project. It would be the first virtual immersive reality museum of stolen cultural objects. It will aims to recover the stolen cultural objects. It's launched last year and started last year and will be launched next year. It's funded by Saudi Arabia, around $2.5 million. It's on global scale, but at first we'll aim to the stolen objects in Arabic world. And they have invited a very famous African architect to design it virtually. Like, see that here is a virtual earth and with the spiral corridor it. You can go through that immersive and to see the digital 3D model or pictures of the stolen objects. It's interesting because it's very similar to our project. And the stolen things and looted objects. But the difference is they aim to find out where they are. They're stolen. They don't know where they are. And we have the real properties in our museums. And we want to know the provenance, know the history, where it comes from. This reveals some unique challenges and differences in our respective projects and research. So let's dive deeper into our virtual exhibition strategies to see how can we obstacle these challenges. As many of the speakers yesterday have mentioned, there are many challenges such as a gap of spaces, or the objects are scattered all over the world across museums, institutions, private collections, because lack of documentation in the chaotic looting resulting in poor or non-existent documentation. Another challenge is that less access to private collections. As Mr. Tan yesterday has mentioned, that it's hard for us to access them, and the private collector also have less knowledge to the historical importance, understanding them. And the fourth one, the damage and the fragmentation of these artifacts over the years complicate the preservation efforts. It will limit the amount of information that can be extracted from the artifact. Last but not least, the gap of cultures. Such research requires expertise in Chinese history, culture, and language. That is the 5 challenges I have concluded. Let's explore our virtual museum strategy to see how can we bridge these gaps to overcome these challenges. The first greatest advantage of virtual exhibition might be to enhance the accessibility to all people. We can access them at any time, at anywhere. It will overcome the mobility, distance, and cost barriers. Everyone can view the artifacts from every angle, zoom in and out to see their detailed textures. This makes it easier to work together globally on research and collaboration. This means experts in China can also do research online even in a pandemic period. We can list all the collection of the Guqin. We funded the Guqin sitters to compare the brothers and compare them, to research on them. As mentioned this morning, the first round, we will research on about 70 pieces. Yeah, but there are more and more artifacts, Boxerloot, in the warehouse of museums. We also want to digitize them and show on the virtual world and show to more Chinese people. And as the picture shows, it's a ding. Perhaps in a physical museum collection, you cannot see the bottom of it. It shows here is from the Qianlong period. And another advantage might be you can do conservation and preservation with our virtual technologies. The digital twins can almost permanently preserve the information and condition of artifacts. This is especially useful for paintings and wooded objects, which might not endure for centuries. Digital restoration allows us to repair artifacts not physically, but digital in virtual method. To understand this concept better, we can consider this case study of the Tianlongshan Cave project. The Tianlongshan Caves is located in Shanxi province, have also experienced significant damage with many of their sculptures missing or looted, transported overseas, much like the Boxerloot. The Center of Art of East Asia at the University of Chicago initiated a project 10 years ago to document and compile the archived sculptures. Let's watch a video about this project. You can see that many sculptures are missing their heads or entire bodies. The team in Chicago has used the looted objects in America to digitally reconstruct them and virtually return them to their original locations. This digital restoration can be viewed through VR glasses or augmented reality on your cell phone on site. Next beneficials include unlimited space and creativity. I believe some of you are here are museum curators. Have you ever extensively considered how to tell the good story through the organization of artifacts? Typically, you are restricted to a single approach. But in the digital realm, However, you have the opportunity to tell story and organize artifacts in various ways, according to the timeline, the original spaces, the materials, or the looted stories, their journeys to Europe, for example. And interactive learning experiences, such as augmented and virtual reality, will be practical for educational purposes. And here is an example from the Detroit Institute of Arts. They have enhanced the visitor experience using Google's Tango technology for AR, which enables visitors to view the internal structure of mummy bones and visualize ancient buildings and artworks in their original colors. Last but not least, beneficial from my side, it might be the cost-effective and environmentally friendly alternative to traditional museums. They allow for low-cost updates and reflect new research with minimal investment, reducing the carbon footprint and minimizing the need for physical infrastructures. Imagine that if we want to have an exhibition for this Boxerloot research project, we have to transport all artifacts from Frankfurt, Dresden, Munich, Hamburg to Berlin, perhaps, or even from London, Paris, Vienna, Amsterdam. This would cost a large amount of money for transport, insurance, renting physical sites, for etc., which might last only a few months, maximum 1 or 3 years. If we make it digital and put it on the cloud, we can save those expenses. Instead, we would invest in IT, infrastructure, and other areas, but it might be much cost-effective as a physical, real exhibitions. While virtual exhibitions for research or for public audience might have many benefits, but their disadvantages cannot be overlooked. The most significant limitation might be the reduced sensory experience. Our experts often need to physically touch or smell the artifacts to fully understand their origins and significance. Additionally, the events like the conference here must be held physical, highlighting the value of face-to-face interaction with people, with colleagues, with you. Not all physical experience can or should be migrated to the virtual realm. Furthermore, the concerns about cybersecurity concerns and legal challenges might be also disadvantages. After discussing the pros and cons of the virtual exhibition, we'd like to show some examples of our work in the virtual museum spaces. We don't need to invite a famous architect to design a metaverse. Actually, we have used the platform like Spatial. As demonstrated here is our company's showroom within Spatial, where we have displayed our projects, our digitalized artifacts, and other items. In this platform, we can interact with other people, talk to them, and very naturally. And another case involves from Ricarda. She has introduced this case yesterday and at last year's conference as well. The Guantu, housed in the British Museum and V&A, are originally from the Qingxiling. I visited Qingxiling last October and talked with officials there. They were extremely excited to know that these precious artifacts are brought originally from Qingxiling. And they are now planning a new museum there. to digitally presenting these artifacts might be a great showcase of digital exhibitions. And another case we have studied is the throne and its folding screen, originally a matching set in the Tuanhe Traveling Palace. It's now the Nanhaizi Park in the south of Beijing. They were separately looted and ended up in different locations. The throne is in the V&A in London, and the screen is in the Welt Museum in Vienna. So actually, we can use an alternative method besides expensive professional devices for generating 3D models. We have used this cell phone app, Reality Scan. Ricarda has took many photos in London, in V&A, to create this model. And I've asked another friend to take photos in Vienna. But because of the lack of light and distance, the effect is not very good. So I have taken photos at Museum für Asiatische Kunst in Berlin to show that effect of this software could also be good with good conditions. And this Buddha downstairs, we've just taken photo with him. And I want to show that the small point here is actually represents a picture and where it was taken. Since last attempt did not have optimal results, and we tried another tool with AI capabilities called Wonder 3D. This tool can generate a 3D model from just one 2D image. So we used 2D pictures from the left side, from the website. And using this tool, we were able to create 3D model as shown here. You can see that the chair model is good and texture is also acceptable, but the folding screen has a texture that is quite different from the origin. It's imagined from the AI. So there's still room for improvements. So we want to put them together virtually. So we have found the drawings from Yang Shilei, the Lei's family in National Library in Beijing. But unfortunately, we have not Tang Yang fund that. As Mrs. Zhang Jie yesterday mentioned, there's only less than 100 pieces in the world now. You can see a picture here in the middle of the hall. That might be the chair, the throne and its screen located. So I've downloaded a demo, Chinese temple, got a model from internet, so to put them in that. So that is in effect. Actually, to build a 3D model, it would consume a lot of time and manpower. But thanks to technologies, we have alternative solutions. Let me show you a very simple video. It appears to a very ordinary gallery in the museum, right? Any highlights, any special? Time's over. Spare me 5 minutes. So I assume most of you haven't seen that before. But I guess most of you have seen that? Yes? Yes? It's AI using the new text-to-video model, the Sora from the OpenAI. It was released last week. A beautiful woman walking on the street of Tokyo. Yeah, you must have guessed that this video is also artwork from Sora. What I want to express here, that is in the future we might not need to manually create 3D models, but we can just tell AI what to do, and it will create a 3D model environment, such as a palace or virtual museum spaces. This will further lower the cost and difficulty of building a virtual museum. So, at last, I think our vision of the virtual museum exhibitions has resolved many of our challenges: the gap in space, the gap in culture, efforts in conservation preservation. However, there's still one thing left: how to deal with private collections. According to UNESCO, there were more than 10 million cultural relics were looted from China. About 1.5 million are scattered across more than 200 museums in 43 countries. That means that more than 8 million properties are destroyed, missing, or in private collections. Therefore, we have a broader vision, not only focusing on museum objects, but also reaching out to get more information from private collections. Thanks to information from Christine yesterday, she said more and more private individuals are visiting museums to inquire. Perhaps they want to know the ancient Chinese things, where did they come from? They also want to do such private provenance research. However, I've showed many new technologies. They can probably use the free tools like reality scan to upload their artifacts to our virtual platform, virtual museum. And they can share digital twin. They don't have to give the real things out. You can share them to stimulate the provenance research. And another thing, the lack of documentation. I've also inspired from the presentation from the Herr Klein yesterday. Perhaps there are still many private diaries at private household. They can also scan them, upload to the cloud. We can use the power of AI to deal with them very quickly and find useful information in it. If they want to keep anonymous, you can also use the blockchain technology. They don't know who you are. What you need to do is just make digital copy, digital twin. So in conclusion, I'd like to summarize the vision of Boxerloot, or not only Boxerloot, the digital virtual museum strategies. Now we have different physical museums all over the world. We have a central virtual museum. We can use technologies like photogrammetry to digitalize the real object and upload the digital copy to the virtual museum. And in return, we can generate content in VR, AR, or immersive light show to show them in physical museums. We have experts. We can do research in the Central Virtual Museum. We have power of AI, generate 3D skins and landscapes. And we can use the power of social network, reach out, find the private collectors. They can use their cell phones to make digital copy of their own artifacts and upload them, digital copy or documentations, to the Central Virtual Museum. Our experts have to check them, use AI perhaps. So that is a very ideal vision of our virtual exhibition strategies. I'm looking forward to more collaboration with you researchers, professionals in this professional world. At last, the ordinary people can visit both physical museum and the virtual museum. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers from the last panel. Could you please just come here, because I am sure there must be questions. Yes, please come.
This is working now, yeah? Okay. Thanks to all the speakers for really these very exciting talks. I have questions, I think, to all of them, but I will limit myself to two questions to Zhou Shixi. I was interested by the use of the term illegal here, and I was assuming this was a term that was used by the national government at the time. And the reason why I'm picking up on the term illegal is that for something to be illegal, there must be a law that's been broken. otherwise it can't be illegal. I was wondering if the national government was using the term illegal, what was the legal basis for calling this illegal? That was my first question. And the second question is probably a bit less complicated. I was wondering, because these lists were produced in the 1940s and you said they were incomplete, but I was wondering if they are of any use for our Chinese colleagues today in order to locate some.
The term illegal I quote directly from the document from the archives back then, and as I mentioned, I consider the research back then was sort of very rough. It was very rough, and it was sort of in a hurry, and so I'm not sure I can answer your question to your satisfaction, because I do not consider the people who wrote the report. I'm sorry, I'm. Sorry, to be honest, I have to think about this. So the second question I can answer easily. Actually, the documents were made up of documents from archives, both from the second historical archives in Nanjing and the academia historic in Taipei. So partly due to the documents were scattered at the two archives, and also the report, the content of the report, as I mentioned, was very rough. So I don't think many people have noticed the documents. As I made I did some research, and I could only find a few articles which referenced the documents. One was written about. One was written on the topic of the German citizens in China after the Second World War, how the government dealt with this, and one was just briefly mentioned in a scholar's research on the art law in Mingguo area. So the documents were not carefully looked at. So thus I do not think it has influenced our research nowadays very much. Thank you.
就是刚才关于第一个问题，可能还需要考虑一下。然后第二个问题就是，因为那个当时这些，它这相关的资料现在有收藏在包括第二历史档案馆和台北的国史馆，对。然后他们收藏的部分相关的资料，那当时刚才我提到就是这个内容是比较粗略，而且制作的比较迅速，所以说在过去的研究当中，只有可能2篇文章，就是对于这个材料有所涉及。一个是讲到了2战后，对于德国公民在中国的这个对待的一个情况。另外一篇文章讲的是民国时期的艺术法。 关于文物的法规，那么就是仅限于可能这些比较有限的研究，对于今天来说，可能就是没有太多的这个参考的作用。
Sorry, I just like to add that for the first question, I actually have some thoughts on it, but I just need to structure my ideas. Maybe we can talk later if you want. Thank you.
Oh. First of all, this is a very interesting question. First of all, when in China, when you talk about the word illegal, 非法, sometimes people are not so strict about its meaning. Sometimes it just means it's very, very wrong. It's very, very immoral. And secondly, this kind of plundering and looting, I'm sure, even in the Qing dynasty, was illegal. When it happens among the Chinese people, you are never legal to rob somebody of something which belongs to others. So I think it must have some basis. But we need to maybe talk to legal experts about the specific stipulations and regulations at that time. Thank you.
We have time for 2 more questions. Yes, please.
I also wanted to say thank you for the presentations. My question concerned also the first presentation. I think you mentioned that in the research conducted on the looted objects, students in Germany, offered to contribute information and photographs. That reminded me of a conversation I had in, I think it was the fall of 2020, with an art dealer in Mannheim, who was one of these elderly gentleman art dealers. I think would have been about 80, so with decades of experience. And he said to me that in the 1980s and 1990s, he experienced that many Chinese students visited his gallery and other galleries, and they took photographs of the Chinese porcelains and the jades, and also often returned and bought these objects. And his theory was that these photographs were sent to China, and that then the students were told, these are important cultural objects, please buy them and send them back. And this art dealer claimed that he felt that was part of maybe an official policy. That would be a fascinating further chapter of the provenance of these objects. Was that true? Was there such a policy?
这个问题就是因为刚才施琦的发言当中提到，当时中国政府在编纂报告的时候，还邀请在德国的留学生去收集相关的掠夺藏品的信息或者拍照，那么就使得这位这个咱们的同事他想到当时在大概2020年的时候，他见到一位艺术的交易商，是一位老人，他提到在大概80、90年代的时候，就是有很多这个中国的学生当时突然找到他的包括他的这个他自己的这个商店当中，还有其他的一些就是古董交易的店当中，他们去拍照或者去记录这些信息。那么他自己觉得这一个理论就是当时可能是一个官方政策，想要让中国的这些留学生去收集这些信息，然后如果确定是这个中国掠夺出去的文物，那么就把它买回去。不知道这个是不是实际情况
？From my knowledge, I have not heard about this, and I do not believe this came from government or any sort of. I don't think it's governmental behavior.
Maybe to give the last panel a frame, maybe one last question concerning the Boxerloot would be very nice. And then we have a little bit shorter coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful contribution. I have responses and a question. First response to Mrs. Flitch. I would like to thank you very much that somehow you brought my attention to actors other than national governments and big institutions. Somehow, you know, like say when we think, okay, like, yeah, I mean, like you mentioned the word actors. It's like actors on different levels, and in that way, you brought my attention to shared responsibilities, and that also, yeah, that also brings kind of the attention a bit away from the looter, so to say. I saw this wonderful question outside on the board. I don't know who put it there. That we have this priority or focus on the looters, on the act of looting, and the subjects who holds responsibility for it. Like when you bring it to like other actors, I think, for example, at least you expand that to also owners and people who manages and curates those objects. So like to, yeah, thank you for that. And also comment, I think, to the VR part. Find it very interesting and valuable. And in that sense, I want to ask, like, yeah, like we, you know, like I come from theater background, so I deal with that a lot during the pandemic years. What does it mean to build a digital house, build this museum, and to make replicas of the objects? In that sense, I feel our priorities here, in a way, is to deal with the objects and the collection. And when such a technical means is available, then do I expand my collection by producing replica? Or is it a kind of a cheaper economic way to redistribute and circumvent property rights? And that's who, I mean, like, in addition, then also, yeah, I will finish soon, sorry. In addition, also, like, these digital copies, to whom it belongs. And then the last question to our Mr. Technica, very specific. What resolution can you bring the how do you say, copy to? Thank you.
I think this was just a remark. I don't have to answer. No? Thanks.
Sorry, first question I haven't understand quite. Did you mean that what's the value of the creating such 3D things, or?
The question is resolution, the technical term, like
resolution,
4K or whatever, yeah.
Okay, our company has used photogrammetry. It means it depends on the camera. When the camera has a higher resolution, and it has highest resolution, it's actually a photography. Just we use the photos to build up a 3D model. If we use our cell phone, it might have a lower resolution. Yeah. And the second question about that is about the digital copy of the.
That was the only question. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Now it's time for coffee, I think. And thanks again. And please don't miss our last program point, the discussion. Please be back at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
So, welcome to our last part of this conference. It's a round table with 5 colleagues invited. We wanted to include a moment of discussion amongst colleagues from different spheres related to the topic of our conference, from different professional background. We invited a variety of stakeholders in this discussion, and in the next 1.5 hours we will talk about the dealing and future of Boxerloot in Western museum collections from different national perspectives and different national kinds of reappraisal, as well as the best practice to handle and to research the objects. And I'm very happy that we have 5 experts here. And I will introduce them just one by one. Let me just see. We have Yun Hong from the Palace Museum in Beijing. She is Deputy Director of the International Exchange Department. And she's here to bring in the Chinese perspective, the general Chinese perspective, and also the research perspective, because she's one of our partners in the project that is the convener of this conference. Then we have Joanna Goman. She is provenance researcher and object historian at the National Museum of Asian Art that belongs to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., and she brings in the transatlantic perspective and also the research perspective, because she's one of the rare provenance researchers in this field. Ronald Kiewit, he is head of the artistic program at the Confucius Institute Nürnberg-Erlangen at the Friedrich-Alexander University in Nürnberg-Erlangen, I have to name both cities. He brings in the perspective of the Chinese or Sino-German cultural activities in the field, and he's also an expert because he worked for a long time in galleries and for auction houses, the art market perspective. Then Uta Werlich, that you already met during this conference, director of the museum that we are at the moment, the Museum Fünf Kontinente in Munich, and also partner museum and partner in our joint project. And she brings in the perspective of Germany and the German museum landscape and also the research perspective. And last but not least, Liu Chao, he is a performance artist, a member of the artist collective, and now I have to really to read because they changed the name, With the Rubbles of Old Palaces. Is it formerly Paper Tiger, or is it a new one?
Changed name is a new collective.
It's a new collective, okay. And he had a performance on the topic at the Humboldt Forum last year, and it will also be shown this year as far as I know, and he will tell us more about it later. So thanks a lot for being here to all of you, and I'm very much looking forward to the 1.5 hours we have, including you, the audience here. Please don't be shy to also jump into the discussion. At one point, now I have the chance to ask some questions before, and as it is about the topic of the Boxer War, the Boxer Rebellion, and the colonial past in China, I wanted to start with a very general question that may show how aware we are all, or we were raised up with this topic. So my first question goes to Chao. When did you learn about this past? When did you first hear about it?
First time I heard about it, I guess, would be... Actually, I can't tell precisely. Would either be in history book in primary school, or even before, like from family, but similar textbook perspective.
And Ronald, how about you, from Germany? When did you learn about it?
I think my first encounter was during my studies in Berlin when we studied East Asian art history. And the museum back then was still located in Dahlem, we all remember. And there were some objects which stated it's the gift by the Sühne Prince Chun Zaifeng or Chun Qinwang. So I started to do some research in Beijing in the Palace Museum, and I also tried to get an idea about the Boxer Rebellion. There were several exhibitions during that time also in the Deutsche Historische Museum about Qingdao. So the colonial past of Germany was already a topic. And then I just went on, and it followed me throughout all the years I spent in China, either in the contemporary or in the also in the auction market, because you always encounter sensitive objects, which that's why I'm really happy and grateful that you have this discussion in this forum here today, which I think is also a very hot topic to discuss.
Yeah, I'm sure we will have time to dive into it later. So just realize, Chao, you already learned about it in school. I know from today's German textbooks it's in there, but there could be a larger space. Joe, maybe the question to you, when did you learn about it?
Sure. I first encountered this material in middle school and then high school. So in the States, that's about age 11, and then high school 15 and up. And it was introduced in the context of early American imperialism and late 19th century, early 20th century foreign policy in the United States, and America's declaring of itself as a world power there at the opening of the 20th century. Yeah.
Yen, is it a topic today in the public discussion in China?
First of all, I would like to discuss about the term Boxer War that we in this conference often uses. Actually, in China, we don't call it that. In China, we usually call it the invasion of the 8 alliances. From another perspective, the reason why I myself and my colleagues are sometimes use this term in English is for convenience sake. So we never say it in Chinese. We call it the 8 alliances period, or 8 alliances invasion, war, etc. And another thing I would like to point out, this is my own opinion, is that the term Boxerloot, it also strikes me that when people who don't know about this history, when they see this word, they would feel that it was the boxers who looted. So maybe this is a question which need more discussions in the future. About your question, actually, the Chinese people have attached great importance to the cultural properties, cultural heritage they have from history, from very early times. From the time the 8 alliances withdrew from China, as far as I know, I heard from my colleagues who had checked the archives, people did a lot of inventory work, counting on the things they had lost. And also, as early as 1920s, Germany returned the astronomical instruments they looted from the Beijing observatory. I think it was because of diplomatic reasons after the World War I. This was also the result of efforts, in part from the Chinese side, and also my colleague Zhu Shiqi has just made a presentation on the efforts of the government in the 1940s, trying to understand how much we lost during that time, not just during the 8 alliances invasion period, but also during the past dozens of years or even 100 years. So it has always been a public discussion topic in China up until today. I will give you an example. Recently, last year, there was an occasion in Great Britain, the British Museum. There were some objects lost in the British Museum, and some Chinese media people they went to Great Britain at their own cost to shoot a short video about Chinese objects escaping British Museum, and they went back, put it online, and it was very, very popular, extremely popular. This popularity shows how Chinese people feel the loss of the cultural properties, their cultural heritage. So there are a lot done in the past 100 years or so about cultural property lost from China.
And does this impact your research on it, also the public discussion, or is it separated?
I think the public discussion is a kind of encouragement, and it justifies the need for our research. We need to get to know more about these objects lost. We need to know more about their story, their history, and this is also there is also a need to provide academic support for government endeavors, for further collaboration between the governments. So I think it has a great influence on our research.
Thank you. Uta, maybe you can just explore a little bit how the discussion or the whole field for the museums developed in the past years. Why do we do that kind of work today?
Okay, that's quite a complex question, and of course I can only speak for the Museum Fünf Kontinente and not for the German museums in general. But I think we all would agree that provenance research and our research on objects from colonial contexts did speed up after 2018 and 2019, because in 2018 we all know that Bénédicte Savoy and Fabien Sarr published their report on the question how to return cultural heritage to African countries. And of course we have these ongoing debates on the Humboldt Forum before its opening. And then in 2019 the German politicians, they also issued the first key points with regard on objects from colonial context. We have the Deutschen Museumsbund, who issued the Leitfaden, and also the German museums, they positioned themselves in 2019 with the so-called Heidelberger Stellungnahme and promised that they would make their collections more easily accessible, that they would like to, or that they focus on transparency and on cooperation or collaboration. And I think something that really pushed forward our work at the museums was the Deutsches Zentrum Kulturgutverluste, which in 2019 also started the grant for provenance research focusing on collections from colonial contexts. And for the first time, museums really had a relatively easy means to get money for this kind of research, for collaborative research. And I think this really made a huge difference in all of the museums, because we could start to do this very specialized kind of research. And then, of course, also the politics and the governments, the state governments realized provenance research is important. We need specialists to do that. And for some museums, positions we are created. So here in Munich since 2023, we are in the lucky situation that now we also do have the personal means to do this important work. And I really can see how this brings us forward a lot. And of course, we started to focus on German colonies in African countries. So I'm very glad that in the course of this conference, we see, oh, there are more cases that we have to look upon. For example, China, but there are also collections in German museums that are not from former German colonies, but from other countries' colonies, and they are also quite problematic.
And if I remember it well, aren't we at a historic place here when it comes to researching colonial collections? Because in 2017, I remember there was this initial conference, the first one on this topic, and it was in this museum here in this room, right? Or was
Yeah, very early on we had this museum with the Museumsbund.
Yeah. So I'm happy that we can have the conversation today here in this place. Joe, to what extent is the whole topic dealing with the colonial past a current topic in the North American discussions? Yeah, maybe first this question.
Yes, so it is. It's definitely a topic in American museums, and especially at the Smithsonian, there's a lot of efforts to support the provenance research into our collections, so we can be transparent and share publicly and with confidence the origins of our collections, and specifically at the National Museum of Asian Art, we're well underway in doing that. In the general dialogue more publicly in the United States, decolonizing the museum, decolonizing the collections, those are really prevalent themes both in scholarly circles and universities and also in our popular presses and in the media. So it's definitely on the forefront of many different groups' minds. And the subject of China and the colonial past there is really just developing and really coming. It's more so in intellectual academic circles at present. Most of the attention has been focused on African subjects, as you had mentioned here at the Five Continents. But of course, that's not my museum, but we've been working on other contexts, especially colonization by other countries in South Asia, primarily India, and the legacies of colonialism there in our collections. Yeah.
Yeah, that gives an impression that there's still so much work to do, and we just have like one little piece of that work now on the table today.
And, you know, our collections very much are of that secondary category that we had talked about during the keynote, in that we have received objects through multiple generations, and so it might not be directly out of someone's collection who was at or involved in the Boxer conflict. It could be thrice removed from that, and so there's lots of layers to unpeel.
Thank you. Zhao, I now would like to dive more into your work and to understand what you do when, or how you deal with that topic in your work, in your artistic work, and also the question why, or is it, I suppose it is important to do such work, but maybe you can explain why is it also important to have this artistic angle in this work. And during this conference we have not only Zhao Liu as an artist here, we also have Claire Bennett, and she has a little exposition of her recent work on this topic outside. So we just see that it's also a very relevant topic to artists today, and we are very happy about it. So I just want to know more about your perspective on that.
Thank you for the question. I think I come to this in a way like through objects. It's like collaborators, namely institutions like well, like institutional collaborators, they have a collection and they have objects to deal with. And as far as I understand, this comes from an intention to contribute to public discourse, and also to create a wider or even more like immersive, or how you name it, Zugang, as access to the objects. And like when I'm confronted with, or like when we are, as a group of artists, when we are confronted with the objects, the first thing, of course, is to choose an object. But immediately, like also like, as I guess all the colleagues here, you have this experience that you are like confronted with an ocean of objects. And then like where do you start? Also like, behind each object there are so many stories and layers. But that is a very crucial decision or step, to focus on one or like a very small number of objects, and to go very concretely and specifically through that into the histories behind. There is an autobiographical approach in a way, because, well, argumentatively, like myself, I did not experience so like maybe I use already a different term now, so like the Boxer War, or so like the invasion of the Allied forces of 8 nations, to be specific. And thank you for bringing that up, because there's also a historical context where in Chinese history there was the transition from empire to nation state. That was the cradle. So I did not experience that, but somehow I live in this resonance. And of course, like the connection is also like Museum for Asian Art. And there, when I have this like autobiographical somehow connection, then I think we have the question, what is an object? So of course it is, well, like an object is an object, this is an object. But as well, what is like, was I invited to deal with also like an object per se, the measurement of it and like etc. And I guess I was, or like we have been dealing with the relations behind it. So an object in a way is kind of a history or a snapshot of certain historical contexts and social and political contexts, that now everything else vanished and we have only the remains of that object. So the object in my hand creates already immediate transcontextuality, if I may use that word. So me, actually the same as you here, even though we come from very different cultural backgrounds and like family, religious, whatever backgrounds, we live in the same time, we share a globalized time, and also that economy. And there, how do we dive back into history, into this heritage or burden? And that I find very exciting. I mean, like Christian, you know me through this very specific production that took place at Humboldt Forum, which is also a very controversial site, which I find very exciting. And through the contact with the institution and with this like debate throughout the years, actually also appreciate the support of the program curator, who's been quite engaging and trying to like bridge different contexts. And in that sense, also bridging the artist, the collection, and the audience, hence also the actual also current day politics. And of course, like I bring with me a certain political background as well. So there, that was, I mean, like I can tell you more, but maybe I don't. So just to describe you a little bit, that was a theater production So in the system, the German public system of like state-funded theater or like state theater, even though it was a museum, but the production took place in a museum, so like technically there. I hope I'm not taking too much time, and like that, the point is like, you know, with this kind of scale is a big production. At the same time, like it's a relevant question also from the board outside, you know, like what can different actors do? And as artists, is when you, okay, do I rely on state funding? And how do I diversify my funding? And so from there, I think like the priority for me is rather the discourse and to create the situation. That means, for example, like after the theater production that you know of, which was like this year also again staged because of like the German Theater Festival, possibly. We also created like smaller, like in the gallery context, much smaller and fast. So like there was so the project that Christian knows about is a project about, say, departing from a scroll painting made by Castiglione during the Qianlong Emperor's reign. And the story behind it, like many researchers here, you know a lot about it. It's like, so the empire's quest for like oppression of the Western, also Uyghur Mongolian tribes, or in today's language, nations, and the propaganda or celebration about it. So departing from that and all the history layers, it was like a proper 3-year-long process. And I owe my thanks to some of the researchers, like, for example, Niklas here, who's also seated here. Like, your research is very valuable, and that kind of things with the funding that we have as an artist is not possible to reach. But with this collaboration, like from Providence researchers, and we can just work on the artistic part, and to make it like the case of the 117 Crates by Müller, that was in this big theater production made into a video installation by performers from very different backgrounds, different languages. So like the director decided to, and the dramaturg, is also the artistic team, decided to like read it out in different languages in each other's mother tongue. And that video was a duration of, I don't know, like 5-10 minutes. And that was a very strong scene. So as an image, maybe bisher.
Yeah, I really can highly recommend, if you ever have the chance. It was a really moving experience because as a visitor you were involved in the whole performance in some way. So it was really a very special experience, and maybe later on we will have the time also to hear about what then the feedback was, so the reactions on that. But first I have a question to you, Ronald, and but you made the signal that you also want to have that you would like to react on what Charles said. So maybe first that, and then.
Yes, actually, I could just follow your production on Instagram, what I could learn from the posts. So I was very impressed that the Humboldt Forum, or the Museum of Asian Art in the Humboldt Forum, is also responding in an artistic way with the current discussion. And I think it was quite successful, so I'm quite happy to get to know you as well. 2 years ago, we did a documentary in the Humboldt Forum, and we did an interview with Klaas Ruitenbeck, the former director, Antje Papist-Matsu and Juliane Noth, who explained us or told us about the history of the artifacts and also the sensitive material. And if you recall, in this Wang Shu room, there is opposite the throne this beautiful mural is called the Buddha Predigt, which was in the possession of Kaiser Wilhelm. So this is clearly a looted item which was taken, and I think it was Zhongnanhai, by the German troops. What I want to say is there are items which are clearly marked as looted goods, or artifacts. And then you have opposite the Kangxi throne, the beautiful throne, the ensemble, which is stunningly also presented.
We saw it earlier in the last presentation.
Exactly. But this one was very sensitive to talk about these objects in front of the camera, because they said, oh, this is the collection by Löw Baer, which is this famous collector from New York. It was donated in the 70s, I guess. So the question arises, where does this throne come from before Mr. Löw Baer was able to purchase that and put it in his salon in New York or Manhattan? So the question goes also, who had access to the imperial palaces and collections? What was also taken from the palaces other than from the 8 allied forces? Well, let's say eunuchs, guardsmen, footmen, everybody who had access, because everything was in decline. So the whole art market was flooded with objects of imperial quality, and those objects still remain on the market, mostly also repurchased by Chinese collectors, because it's also a guaranteed investment. But also the question arises in the auction houses, what is the provenance? But the provenance sometimes is not very clear. So it remains a big question mark, and some people also remain with their pieces in the dark. On the other hand, we were approached recently in Nuremberg by the city archive of Erlangen. So they found, there was a lady, and in her attic she found objects which were clearly from a soldier who was participating in the Boxer rebellion, or however we call it now. But those objects clearly refer to souvenirs, which I also think are many items in what we have seen today. Maybe there's this suspicion on the Swiss museums. Like, if we take it from the soldier's perspective, there were ordinary men, maybe farmers, who could have the patriotic idea to go to the Far East. After China, then they were sent to Africa. And from everywhere, they also took items like fans, chopsticks, lotus feet, or what we call lotus shoes. The item we found, or I also examined it from Erlangen, was clearly a little shrine, which also came with a box. So nowadays, we should be very careful about, okay, what is clearly a loot or plunder? We had this discussion, what is the difference about the word or not? And what is clearly just an object which was purchased, because it's mostly also objects like the opium pipes you would nowadays find in Panjiayuan. Just to make it, to ridicule it a bit, it doesn't mean that I don't want to lower the sensitivity of the looting, but also what is very important, that's why I thank you for this forum and also for the international guests coming together. There is a big lack of knowledge in the West and in China as well. I know about the video you mentioned. I think it was a jade...
A teapot, I think.
Teapot, yeah, something flying around. Very cute lady. It was a blast. And I've seen it. It was beautifully made. But also it addresses a young generation in China, which is like also a little bit in the dark. Because some voices in China, I recall, think that everything which is kept in the Western museums is a loot, which is also not correct. And that's why we need this discussion, those forums. Researchers come together and also bring light into this very vast darkness.
And also more projects on that, because you mentioned the souvenirs. There was also financed by the German Lost Art Foundation, a project by the East Frisian, or how do you call it in Hajo? East Frisian Museums. We have the researcher here, and the intention was to research if there is loot in the collections, and at the end they found out it's almost all kind of souvenirs, but not problematic. There was, yeah. Uta.
Yeah, well, one more comment to that. We already started to discuss this point beforehand, because you said it's really, really difficult to discern what is loot and what is just a simple souvenir. I mean, today we also heard that plundering, looting was going on not only in the palaces, but also normal houses were looted. And I remember this one photograph, the porcelain cellar, yeah, where you've seen I think it was a Japanese official wearing his uniform, and we were talking about these different position with regard of the power. Sorry, I don't formulate it in the right way, but you know what I mean. And that was probably true for German soldiers. If they wanted to have something, it was easy for them to get. And I think they also looted souvenirs, because when I look at our collection, we have many items that come from people that took place and that have been in China during the Boxer War. And they brought back tiny little things, a lot of tsatsas and other stuff, and it was handy for them to carry. And I think some of these things, they make the impression of they just picked it up, but they never ask anyone, is it okay for you if I take it? We know that they burned down temples and that the German troops, they were stationed in temples, so they probably took what they saw. So I think this is a very difficult question to decide what is looted, what is not looted, and I think it's not enough just to look upon this thing, taking into consideration the quality of objects, and I think this is also something that we discuss in the project. And for me, another important question is, how are we going to deal with private collections that contain these objects? Because as museums, we are very often addressed by collectors that want to give us their collections, and then the provenance is problematic. So what are we going to do? Because if the museum says, no, I don't want to take it, then it might go to the art market, or even worse, they throw it away, whatever. So this is something I would be very interested in, to hear a Chinese opinion on it, what you would recommend us to do.
Actually, I think this is a very difficult question for me. So if you collect it, it encourages looting. If you don't, they go to the art market. This is a dilemma. I think more discussions will go on. Will need to go on to discuss this kind of thing, and also, I think maybe a discussion with the government of the origin of those objects would be helpful to decide on this kind of this kind of thing.
I think a very good sign is that private people, there are more and more that are addressing us. We faced the same thing in our project, and I'm always very thankful for it, even if I don't have an answer, as you don't have an answer what to do with these objects. But the awareness alone is already something, and there will be even a book be published very soon in the DTV, Deutscher Taschenbuchverlag, by a German journalist, Nicola Kuhn, especially on that topic. She looked at German collections and how the histories behind these objects and the present dealing with that. So it's a topic, and we definitely have to find a solution or answers and ways of dealing with that. Ronald, I would like to know, because you're working for a Sino-German Culture Institute, to what extent is it something that influences the work you are doing for that cultural institution? Is it a topic there? And if yes, how is it visible? What do you do to deal with that topic?
Well, yes, thank you. As I stated before, we had this great chance to enter collections. So we visited during the Corona pandemic, during the lockdowns. We had access through nice friends like Wiebke, Josephine, like Annette, also in the audience. They provided us access to their collections, and we could also discuss about certain objects with the Chinese background or Chinese origin. So as working for the Confucius Institute in Nuremberg-Erlangen, we also have a cooperation partner in Beijing, which is the Foreign Language University. And they said, well, you go ahead with the production. And we just had the film team, and then we did some interviews, some objects. And then in the process of editing the films, we realized, okay, there's some sensitivity about some objects. We were asked not to film in some places. We went to several museums. all the major museums actually in Germany, where we could get access, but also some curators were not sure about the provenance, so you don't want to cause a provocation. Because we realized it could be also very provocative to the Chinese audience, because our movies are translated into Chinese and in German. And this puts us in a very interesting diplomatic intermediate position. What could be an offense in China and what is not enough research on the German side. So we came to let's come back to the Sühneprinz. There's an object in the Dresden collection, which is clearly one of his gifts. It has nothing to do with well, it's not Boxerloot, but of course it's in the context. But this object is an excellent celadon from the Tianlong period, so I wanted to also have that on camera. And then we also talked about the provenance and about this prince and about this fantastic trip. He was very he grew in his diplomatic level from this European trip, and later was also the regent of the last emperor, his son Puyi. So the thing is, he gained from this trip, and I wanted to also retell the story from this object. But then our Chinese cooperation partner said, this is very sensitive, maybe do not mention that. Why? Because from my point of view, and you have to correct me if I'm wrong, this whole Boxer topic is still the humiliation of the Chinese people. And this also caused a lot of emotions of not among the researchers, but among the ordinary people. So we decided not to mention the provenance, but we were still focusing on the object because it was too beautiful to not show. And this is the role we play in order to always balance in between what could cause a stir and what could actually be, or what would be interesting for the German audience. So we always a little bit in between. And coming back to the Graf Luxburg Museum, Josefine Glöckner is also in the audience. We went twice to see her collection, which is a fantastic collection of mainly Chinese porcelain, imperial origin, from Graf Luxburg, who was a diplomat in the 4 to 6 or something like that, so post-Boxer. But how did he get those pieces? Like as I said before, the art markets were flooded with imperial pieces. Chongwenmin art market was like this spot. That's also where the founders of the Cologne Museum went. Also the Berlin Museum went to collect on site. And maybe they've been looted before or resold, you cannot tell. But for example, those objects in the museum are clearly in the possession or purchased by this diplomat who happened to be in Beijing in 1904 and 1906. But nowadays, and this is a different question, those museums are also confronted with people saying, all you have is loot. And this is why we need this knowledge. That's why, this dialogue and this conversation, because there is so much more than just the loot or the art, like, you know what I mean. So we always try to put light on these museums and collections to the Chinese audience as well, but always need to find a certain diplomatic level.
And where do you screen them then? On YouTube or? On YouTube so far, but you cannot watch YouTube in China, so we haven't published them yet. It's going to be a blast next year. All films together? I'm sorry? All films together? I don't know. We will see. But it's all produced. And we also think about doing this. It's very difficult if you are a Chinese-speaking person and you watch a foreign production. You always have to focus on the subtitles. It's very limiting. It's like us watching Chinese movies, or like I say, an Indian or some language you might not know, and then you always refer to the reading text. It also, you miss a lot. So we are thinking about going or doing the same research in China and continue this series. It's not sure yet. It's just an idea from the Chinese point of view. But it will also take a lot of time and money to do that. Let's see. Thank you. I would like to open the discussion a bit and involve you, so you have the chance to also pose your questions. Yes, there is already one, and we have all the microphones on the floor, which is not a good situation. No, I take one, and is there anyone who can go around? Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Kerstin, you have to turn the microphone on.
It's on the handle. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi. I have a question for Christine and all the partner museums in the project. So will this provenance research project, or are you aware of any research project in this aspect, will in the future expand the scope or the focus from museum collection to the art market? Because as we discussed before, there are so many still objects being sold or still in transaction in our market. And also, as Ricardo from VNA mentioned yesterday, a lot of museum records, they just stopped at the dealers from whom they got the collection. And afterwards, they just like, maybe sometimes ignorance is a blessing. So you just don't look into further. But actually, that's not true. If you want to look into the further details, the actual provenance, then you have to look into the art market, look into the auction house or dealers' own record or archives. And that's why I wonder if there's any plan, or are you aware of any research project or plan in the future to look into this direction? I understand I'm aware that it's very difficult because usually they are very reluctant to reveal any information from buyers or sellers. But whenever this object appears, I think at least we should be able to document or record it, or somebody should be monitoring. As like I just talked to Mr. Tang from Palace Museum yesterday. In recent years, there were so many portraits of these meritorious officers, portraits being sold in the market. Last year, there was also one from Barnum's. And also last year, I think it was also from Barnum's, there was a bronze gray vessel, which I spotted. Some scholars have argued that may be the vessel matching a lead from the Far East Museum in Stockholm. So I notified the museum there, but in the end, there was not enough time for them to do a thorough provenance research and then to have enough funds to get that vessel. So in the end, it was sold, and we are unlikely to see any for a period of time. So I always think that's kind of pity. So I always think, is it possible to have some sort of a monitoring network for this object when they ever come up on the market? So at least we have a track record whenever appear with what auction house. And the second question, sorry, it's a bit long. I try to keep it short. Not quite sure how to ask this, but I think provenance research is a very complex question, and it's related to so many different layers of contexts. And I have a question for our researchers. How do you maneuver, sometimes like, just very simple words maybe, how do you make sure your research is not hijacked by sometimes nationalist narrative? Like, for example, I understand the video last year or 2 years ago about this jade teapot in British Museum has been a blast. And it really has stirred lots of very strong feeling among Chinese. But that jade teapot is actually a contemporary artwork. It was made by a contemporary artist given to the British Museum to celebrate the reopen of the Permanent Gallery of China. He has given another piece of jade, which replica of double ram zhen in the museum collection as well. So I found it almost ironic that among all objects, that video creator chose a contemporary object to present this very serious topic. So I really think we're doing research, problem research. Of course, it's document to research for the sake of documentation and to research. But sometimes there are so many external issues. So I wonder, how do you really maneuver your agenda or your research purpose not to be hijacked by narrative of nationalism? Thank you.
Thanks for your questions. Maybe I start with the second one. I think you cannot prevent that. Our task as museums and research institutions is it to conduct this kind of research at the moment, and hopefully not only for the moment, but forever, and to be transparent with that. So we cannot hide and should not hide knowledge, and we cannot prevent what others will make with that kind of knowledge. But what we can do is, in our attempts of being transparent, choosing different ways. So we have, of course, the ways that researchers always do, research publications, academic presentations, and conferences, as this one, for example. But we also have the press, and I'm always happy if there are press people, media reporting about that, and if there are many people who reflecting it in a very good way, and that's very important. So we can make sure that the important messages are distributed. And then, of course, in the museums we have the possibility that through our guided tours, the narratives in the museum, and that's maybe still also an important topic for us here at the round table, that we create a good narrative and that we are very clear with our statements. But as I said, we can't prevent what happens worldwide with knowledge and research results. And the other question, then I give...
but maybe according to this question, I can also stress that this is a wonderful opportunities for the museums, because with exhibitions we reach much more people than with books or articles. So if we bring these messages in our exhibitions and do it in a good way, not in a moralizing way, but in an educational way, I think then we really, really can move a lot. And other things, we cannot prevent them. We can only be open for discussion and talk about it and present our results.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement. And something I would add to the conversation is it's really important for us at the National Museum of Asian Art that we publish all of our provenance narratives, our timelines online. And something really fundamental to that is that we footnote everything and document the source for that knowledge. And to me, as long as that information, the timeline, the provenance is backed up and it's packaged and presented and cited, and others can replicate the research, I'm comfortable with others using it. However, it's up to them. But I have documented it as thoroughly as I can, and others can go to those sources and interpret it for themselves then, if there's...
And maybe also to stress that we are more credible if we don't do it only here at the museum, Indeed. But always with our partners, for example, in China, because I think that is the most convincing way to present or to do research and then to present the results.
And on your first question, it's not the time to raise up our arms. No, sorry. It's great to see you raising up your arms. Just try to find an answer on your first question. It's a very important thing to like follow what's going on the art market, and as you already mentioned, it's up to the auction houses and art market actors themselves to be part of projects. What I'm really very positive about, that we are in good dialogue with many art dealers, and I think what is lacking, and I hope that in the future we will fill that gap to really, because now we have project as our project, and we try to document everything, but it would be much easier if we would have like a digital platform where every researcher can just put the knowledge in, and then it's there and others can add. So that's a dream that we have. Because I think it's indeed very important when it comes to many angles of our research. be it historical actors in the art market, recent movements on the art market, so to be able to track the objects over time. So, now. She decides. You decide. I thought Charlotte now first. And then... Okay.
I just wanted to add something about the topic of the art market. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to add something about the topic of the art market and research, which from the beginning I also thought is one of the most complicated topics, and it has a lot to do also with this general sensitivity on the topic. The more we talk about it, the more the art market is also feels this pressure of giving information on provenance research. It really changed a lot also in the last 10, 20 years about what information are published, and also that is necessary to give to this information to sell objects. And on the other hand, there is always more archives also of art from the art market and dealers that get into Art History Institute. For example, Böhler here in Munich is one of the examples of this old archive that is now accessible, or also auction catalogs. So I think it's all connected also, the research and the art market, and still is one of the most challenging topics still for provenance research. I mean, we all face it.
Yeah, but Sylvia, it's great, and you can already move, Kerstin. It's great, I just fill the gap. It's great that you mention all these projects that already exist, like also the German sales project. We have all the historical auction catalogs online, and it's really a great tool, a fantastic project. Thank you.
Hi. My question is sort of going off the back of the other question related to nationalism, but maybe framed in a more positive way. And I'm really glad that there are experts from so many different countries, different perspectives, you know, China, Germany, US. And we are particularly at a time where geopolitics worldwide is going in a really crazy direction. And I know we are talking about objects and museums, but everything is very political at this moment, and maybe inherently historically as well. So I do just want to frame the question in a more positive way. How do you think your work can sort of contribute to people from China and Western world having conversations again? Because I think a lot of things driving political decisions were based on historical wounds as well. So I just wonder, like, how, you know, whether you have thought about that in your work, and what kind of hope that you have for that.
Shall I start? It's good the moderator is talking. Sorry, but I give you time. I think one hope is, or in the conversation and the cooperation itself, there is the hope when you start to think together about a certain historical moment or topic, you start to grow together and also to create a joint narrative to some extent. And I think this is very important, and this contributes to like the next step in our relationship, in our, if you now call it Sino-German relationship, that we have one topic that to different extents maybe is a topic for all sides, and it's covered with a lot of bad memories and experiences on the Chinese side, and maybe we had the topic of emotions yesterday, a lot of shame or not looking at it or having forgotten about it, not talking about it on the German side. And it's very important to create the possibility of talking about it. And I think this research gives us the possibility to do so, and also to launch a public discussion about it. And that's why we are so happy in this project that with our national first conference last year at the Humboldt Forum, which was a conference for the German community, because we intended really to reach also the smallest museum in Germany, to be aware of the fact that there could be objects that have been plundered during that time. And it was a German conference, but we reached not only the people from the museums, but so many people, and launched a conversation. And now it's the opportunity to put it on a next level. And I think the whole project stands for that. So that would be my answer.
I will say a few words about this. I think we have, by this project, participating in this project, we have already started working together and talking with each other. And with the development, hopefully, with the project and the related work, even after June this year, this kind of conversation and working together, collaboration will be able to expand, and maybe the public one day could participate in this. For example, like our speaker this afternoon talked about an online database or something like that. People can post their objects online, and for people from both the academic world and the public can participate in the research on these objects and give their own opinions on this. This starts a very good conversation. Mm-hmm.
Just to add something to that, because I liked your aspect of that the public and private people can add. I think the moment there to see that maybe the cup I have since my childhood, or I inherited it from my grandfather, and suddenly I realized there's a story behind, and I discover a whole new sphere of my identity that is linked to your identity, and I think that can support a better future. It's a big word, but you understand what I mean.
Thank you. I have a question that's directed primarily to Director Hong, but also to anyone else that can answer the question or has expertise. So we're here in Munich talking about the Boxer Rebellion, or the Boxerloot, or the Gangze Troubles, as perhaps would be the most appropriate label for it, and about German museums more generally, because we're concerned about the connection between museums collecting the display of art and the unequal distribution of power in the world and here. And I'm wondering, to what extent is this conversation happening in China about Chinese museums and about the relationship between Chinese museums and their citizens and the public? And I raise this partially because Liu Chao also foreshadowed this question when he mentioned briefly the Castiglione paintings. And we've had a lot of discussion over the past day about images from the Ziguangge, displays of martial heroism, but also genocidal violence against people in Western China, people who don't necessarily have equal access to the materials at the museum, whose objects may have been taken by Qing dynasty officials, by modern incarnations of Chinese museums, and don't have, like I said, don't always have access to materials in Chinese museums and can't talk about them on their own terms. So I'm really curious to hear more about how conversations we're having here are either being echoed or sparked or engaged within China among Chinese citizens.
I have to say, I don't quite understand your question, but I have some understanding. But I think this is a historical, political question instead of a question concerning museum work. I'm not sure if I am
the right one to answer this question, but my understanding is that you mentioned about the officer portraits, officer portraits in Ziguangge, and these people are regarded as heroes and those who contributed to the country. I don't know whether this analogy is appropriate, but I see sculptures in Germany everywhere on the street, and you remember the important people in your country in this way, and we remember our important people in that way. I think that's just the same.
So, like, I also have something to contribute to this question. Like, maybe I just follow you directly from this. That, like, the statues, like in public space or in museum institutions, they deserve also attention. And you brought up genocide. I think that's a very urgent question for everybody in this world, and from whichever side or whatever side you are on or whichever context you're from, I think we can work together. I really appreciate, like, there was this guideline saying, okay, like, we try to be transparent, we share the resources, and we try to, how to say, like, build a good faith together. And maybe hope there that we come to somewhere together. And, like, for example, also bringing this Boxer or Baguolenjun topic into the German, or into the German specifically decolonial discourse is also quite a contribution, because it is a marginal discourse. It's only growing, and the decolonial way is a long, long way, and it has fatal consequences. And I'm, like, as an artist, as an actor, thank you again for the speaker in the last panel, you know, to contribute to that and to come together to that. Like, this conference gives me good hope as well.
We have time for one last question. Ines, eben von Ragnitz. Great.
Thank you very much for this interesting panel. Max, I've been always also wondering about this, because I've been working on the Yuan, and I'm interested also in the looting and the burning of the Yuan. And also something I was wondering about booty, because there is looting, but there is also booty, which is during 1860 particularly interesting. And always, whenever I look at the things taken from the Yuan that are, for example, in Paris stored, it looks very Central Asian. So I was always wondering whether they were actually taken from the Jinchuan Wars, basically, and stored at the Yuan. And also I think about booty. If I think about the officer's portrait in the Ziguangzi, I also think that, like, these were, see, booty is like weapons and standards. That's sort of what during a war you can take if you sort of had a victory over someone. So the Ziguangzi, the officer's portrait, would for the German officers also be recognizable as something to do with war. So I think they would find this actually more interesting than other things. But I've got another question concerning the things brought to Europe from the Yuan to France and to Britain. And I asked these questions because you were mentioning that people are coming forwards to the museum with their objects from the 8 Alleys expedition and saying, look, we have this, what can we do with this? I also know of other cases where people say, oh my God, I have found something on my attic and I am afraid it's one of the 12 animal zodiac heads. I mean, I do not want to publicize this because I do not want to have the discussion. So have you ever encountered sort of sensitive objects, or like were you ever, I mean, how do you deal with objects of this magnitude? Is there also something that, like, the expertise? This is one question, and the second question is also, I find it outrageous that in 2007 Christie's can stage an auction called Sales from the Yeoming Yuan. Are you also doing something to sensitivize the auction houses towards this history, or is it not necessary at this time anymore?
Hi, Ines. I just wanted to refer to this sale of Yeoming Yuan goods. That's quite interesting because I think this started this avalanche of discussion, which was actually quite horrific. And in the end, I mean the sale. And in the end, it turned out that Christie's, I can say the name, got the license to operate in Greater China, besides Hong Kong, which was already the Eurasian center for the auction. But coming from Christie's in that time, having worked there for 3 years in Shanghai, I have to say everybody was very proud of that sale because this gained them the trust of the Chinese nation. Why? Because they donated this, well, I don't know, I think they were forced to donate it. It's not the discussion today, but it happened to end up in the Poli Museum. So, and this company got the license to operate in Greater. It was fantastic. It was the, well, in terms for the company. What I wanted to say is it came with limitations that this specific auction house was not allowed to deal with any kind of artifacts before 1949, which is a very political date, as we know, or year, since they didn't want to engage with any kind of artifacts before the liberation. It's very interesting. So the sales were about contemporary design, contemporary art, and so on. Never before 49. But all the pieces which have been already abroad, they were still on the market. And I think from the investor's point of view, this discussion also leads to the people, or what you refer to a find in the attic, it's still possible and happening. I talked to a lady from Scotland before, or that she said, oh, there are also finds here and there. And I remember, I think 2 years ago, there was an auction in the UK. It was a local auction house. They found an artifact which is clearly looted from Yeoming Yuan. It came with a reference letter bragging about the boot, or how do you call it, booty? Loot. And I think he was actually very proud that he could enter, or he could come home with this imperial artifact. But now it creates a problem because we are talking about it. We are naming, we're putting this discussion in the center of interest. And I think the dealers might also be hesitating. This could lead to either remaining pieces keeping in the dark, because you invest in something. It also leads to this robberies in current German museums, as we all know. But where do those people end up? Those pieces, objects. So it's a very complex question as well. But what I wanted to say also is very important, that you, and thank you for this forum, bringing the people and researchers together, international partners, in order to have this conversation, which is very, very essential, because also referring to the artistic approach with either artists or theater people, you're dealing with the objects in Berlin, everybody's aware of the provenance, but if you, for example, go to the mall in London, you find a monument referring to the heroes of the China War. As it's clearly stated, beautiful monument actually, but then you go closer and you're shocked. And the same I just discovered in Nuremberg. It's a monument, people don't refer to it because some people don't even know this old German letters, they cannot read it, but then there's a little introduction which already deals in a critical way with this German history in China or in Africa. That's interesting. So the discussion has to be, has to continue, and I think this is the very first step.
A war declared, a relief army, and an occupation. I don't think it's possible. I mean, this was an event that was a catastrophe for the whole city and affected everyone. That's the context for what you're studying. And I think in order to recreate that context and understand the wider circulation of goods, I mean, this was an event where people, all kinds of people, saw things they had never seen before and had a chance to get them. And so my advice is you all need to collaborate with some historians of Beijing. You need to reach out of the museum, go to the Chinese universities, go to the Western Museum, and get them to do this research for you, work together so that you get the bigger picture. Because it's going to bring into it all of the different people who were involved in one or another stage of this process, particularly the Chinese who are not really being studied enough yet. And I think that in the end, it's going to help everyone understand the imperial objects and the foreigners who are just a small part of this really major event.
Well, I think you're getting at the heart of provenance research in many ways, because we can't do this research in isolation, and we can't just do it through the eyes of art historians. You know, in my work, I rely on, you know, financial historians or economic historians. I seek out the assistance of, you know, all kinds of different specialists along the way. And I mean, that is what we have to do as responsible provenance researchers, to build that context. So it's exciting to hear your endorsement and enthusiasm, and like yeah, that's the goal.
And I'm especially thankful because it fits perfectly to my roundup and last question, and which is oh, sorry, of course.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Just like Jill, that is what I wish we can do in Beijing in the near future. For now, it's almost all art historians involved in the research work in this project. But I think in the next step, if more historians can be involved, we can. Like some people asked about diaries, memoirs, like you have collected in Germany and Europe, do they exist in China? This kind of question, I think we should go to reach the historians for the answers. Thank you.
And my wrap-up question to all of you, from all your perspective, and you just like envisioned what, for me, a next thing would be, because we have this project until June, and we are already, of course, thinking about what next. And for us, this basic research is very essential, as exactly you described it, to build up this larger picture, to get better knowledge about the circumstances and mechanisms, etc. But I wanted to ask the same question to all of you. What is your dream, or if you could dream, when it comes to our specific topic here? If you could dream of something, you as a performative artist, you as a museum director, maybe, you as someone working in the Sino-German cultural field, you as a provenance researcher, and you as also a researcher, but someone representing the Chinese museum side. What is your dream? Just a short, maybe, statement.
Yes, I have. I've been dreaming a lot for the project. After hearing presentations, discussions of these 2 days, I have a lot of ideas has popped up in my mind. First of all, some of them might be ridiculous, but forgive me for speaking out. For example, I would dream of an online database, as I just said. I've seen the International Dunhuang project. The people share information about those lost objects, which is scattered around the world, and everybody can see them and research them. But this project is even more difficult than Dunhuang objects. They are more difficult to recognize, but this is a very good way to deepen the study on these objects, and we could involve the whole academic world. Whoever is interested in, as I said, they can study for example, we can make 3D scans of the objects and present them to everyone, and they can give out their opinions, and people can discuss, and we can draw some conclusions, hopefully in the future, and this can develop a whole discipline, I think, in the future. And another dream is that there are more collaborations between the countries about these objects. For example, the Ziguangge officer portraits. They are very, very important such kind of objects are very important. Not only for culture, but also for the emotions of the Chinese people, and we just hope that this kind of our research work will push forward and facilitate more international collaborations on these objects. I think that's all.
That's all. That's all. As a researcher, two things come to mind. The big dream would be to experience the archives that you and your colleagues have referenced in your presentations as well, and really understanding resources from your side that are available and the perspectives on that side of the equation. The other thing that I'm very excited about for the future is that I feel like there's this springboard now. This subject matter isn't as intimidating. I see that there's a nice foundation laid here, and the next, one does not have to go back and reinvent the wheel now and learn this independently, and there is a growing community of individuals to turn to discuss these issues and search for materials to conduct this research, which is, of course, essential. And again, that the heart of Provenance's work as a researcher is that collaboration. And now that foundation, or the springboard, is that the right thing? The jumping board? Springboard, okay, has been developed, so, yeah.
Thank you. Well, I wish for further dialogue, international exchange, West and the East, if we so to say, less patriotic discussions, which is very difficult, but international dialogue which also ends up in approaching each other's point of view, and also I would love to hear more from you and your research in order to keep on going.
Yeah, I already grabbed the microphone. Well, I must say I found the last days really, really inspiring. And on Wednesday, we already had the chance to go to our storage room together. And although we only stayed there for a very short while, we already discovered so many interesting objects that it would be so interesting to do further research on. So as a director, every night I dream of a pile of money that would would enable me to do all these valuable things, to do more research, collaborative research, to do co-curatorship, because that also requires a lot of money, and well, to have the means to let the objects travel not only in the virtual reality, but also in between Germany, China, go there, come back. I think that would be wonderful. So maybe one day we will have enough funding for that.
Maybe I come back to the beginning of this roundtable, starting from like the different perception and even different terms in different languages for this, the starting point, the Baguolenchun or the Boxer situation. And I think like I find it quite, I wish for more meeting points as such, like on the very radical basic levels that we can put perspectives together and we can sit together, you know, as you said, like without kind of like eagerness to prove anything. I like what you said earlier, you used the word country instead of nation or state. That is very important. And yeah, I just wish each actor could, bigger or smaller, could like own one's own history. And this is the histories that in the objects that count, not the objects themselves.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think that was a great last words from your side. Thanks for this inspiring roundtable. I hope we have the chance to continue. It would be great with all of you. We have, yeah, you can clap.
And one more comment. Of course, a great thanks, Christine, to you and your team, to Kerstin Panhorst, that you did all these work on the content of the conference. It was really so wonderful having you here and all of you. And really, really thank you also for this wonderful moderation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I planned some official opening remarks, but my notes are over there, and I think we just don't want to hear them, right? I think you're also intelligent and much more intelligent than I am, so imagine the best closing remarks ever. Thanks from my side, because these were also from Kerstin Panhorst's side, from the whole project side. These were really great 2 days. They fulfilled everything we dreamed of for these days. We will think about what can come next, and also try to keep this community, this very important community, together and keep you updated. And thanks for coming to Munich and for being here. Thanks for this great host. It was just perfect. Thanks to everyone. And have a safe trip home.